now we are the live. Alright. So, begin our adventure.
Begin.
Now, gold chests are a thing of the past.
Yep.
Oh, there's morning at the lake right there. Hey, look, an old horseshoes in the shop, just right off the bat.
The old horseshoe is so good.
Wow.
Who would, like, I'm trying to think if there's a character here that we have that would use it more or less. Well, and I will say that I'm going to put myself out of the running because I'm going to buy these starter goggles.
Well, dibs on Betty.
And dibs on Oculi because no one else wants Oculi anyway.
I guess I should take Orby? Question mark? I don't know.
Let's see. Just make sure you don't overextend yourself cost-wise.
Yep, I'm sure everyone is used to having much more money than we will currently have.
True, but I don't think that there's anything in the I'm not gonna re-roll, and I mean, I guess I could get the Boots of Swiftness, but
I guess.
Even then, I mean, playing Heiner, I don't think doing the Boots of Swiftness is gonna make much difference at all. And they're probably gonna get replaced at some point anyways. In fact, I'm certain they're gonna get replaced anyways. I don't know. Do you think I should grab Orby?
I would say up to you. I'd say get cards first and then see where you're at with resources.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Before anything, Throbolus.
Bo Throlus. How's it going? Every Redder Eagle and Bo Needle.
Nickel plus. I was saying to James the other day, I want to see someone Photoshop like a little 5-cent thing onto the bolas so that they're nickel bolas.
You're the worst. And as long as you know that, that's it. That's the end. That's the end of the thought.
That was the end of your sentence.
I'm at peace with it.
Entrench? Question mark? God, I don't know.
Oh, do they still have... Oh, I will say, one of the changes they recently made is that Madness 3 through 5, I think, you now can still sell supplies.
Yes.
So funds are not nearly as limited.
Well,
so
they
there's
are
still that
if you've sold all of your supplies.
Well, I still have about 350 crates, so...
After setting up my starter deck to the way I want it, I have to.
No, don't. Oh, God.
But I have my deck to where I want it. What do you say when you have a bad knife?
Oh, God.
I don't know. Remny, what is this interesting game? This game is called Across the Obelisk, and it is a deck-building roguelike that is 4 players.
It is 4 players, by players.
Every game is for players.
Not all games.
What games are not for players? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Some games are for haters.
EVE Online, that wasn't really for the players.
You know what? I'll agree with you there. That game wasn't so much fun as it was just work. And that's when I stopped. When I came to that realization, that's when I gave up that game for good.
I enjoy spreadsheets. What do you say when you have a bad knife? This won't cut it. Of course. How's it going, Ragnarok?
God, I don't know.
I would, like, you already got the entrench. That's like the big one. The spiked armors are nice because you can upgrade them to cost 1. Those are usually how I like to start.
Spiked armor.
I think it's spiked shield, but it's definitely spiked.
Wait a minute. It's not coat of armor. What the? Oh yeah, there's spiked shield.
Yep. It's like always a nice one because it costs 1. It's good. It gives you a little bit of thorns.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. What else was I looking at? I don't even know now.
Shannon, it sounds like you just have like a loose SATA cable or something in your laptop. At least that was fixable. The first laptop I had was way back in the ye olden days. My uncle gave me a laptop. It ran Windows 3.1. So we're talking about real old ye olden days. And I was a young lad who didn't know much about computers. And all I knew is that the hard drive was kind of full, and I needed to make room for things. So I started deleting things. There's a couple of things that are fairly important for a computer to run. For example, don't delete a file called config.sys. That's important.
Wow.
I knew it was going to be something like that, but I wasn't prepared.
For some reason after that, the laptop didn't work anymore.
Go figure.
Ah. The good old days. Good old days of Win 3.1/95. 3.1 was the precursor to 95. 95 was a whole new world.
Also, no one has claimed the horseshoe yet, so I think I might take it because I really like the horseshoe.
Yeah, let's go for it. Like I said, I took the goggles, so I already put myself out of the running.
Oh. The Ultra Cat is angry.
Yeah, and there's nothing else here that I'm interested in. So,
Can't even upgrade them. Ah, God.
yeah, well, I mean, we'll make resources on our travels.
Nope. Thurbolus is just gonna have to be as is. Because I'm dumb and I didn't save enough stuff to do that. Although, having said that...
Yeah, I think they've made operating systems more stupid-proof. I think it's really hard to destroy them by deleting important files now.
The problem seems to lie somewhere between the monitor and the chair.
You want your computer to run faster? Just delete those sys32 files. They're only slowing it down.
Okay. I'm going to at least upgrade the Thurbolus.
Ever Ready Eagle. My childhood, my young childhood was also in DOS, and then Windows 95 really changed things up. Yeah, I grew up on old Sierra games, so DOS was my world.
Sierra.
Okay, so...
Seem to be interested in going to the morning at the lake.
Well, it's certainly the rarest thing here. There's Soldier Trainer.
Yeah.
And we can't do both.
I mean, I think between the two, I'd rather have morning at the lake.
I mean, if we do morning at the lake, is it because we're planning to do the treasure trove thing, which would get us the Blood Seeker and the Eternal Candle?
Yeah, the Bloodseeker doesn't do this group too much favors. The Eternal Candle, I never remember exactly what it does.
It's like plus burn and sanctify, so I could theoretically make use of it if I go into that.
So I would say it's purely up to you, because if you don't want that, I think going Soldier Trainer is probably more beneficial.
I don't care about the candle.
What? Then I say Caravan, Hatch for the extra XP, and then go buy Soldier Trainer, kill Yager, then Boss.
Yeah, Hatch is usually the way to go. And
Yeah.
if we're really lucky, we might get the rope.
Ooh. iRazorBird hits 1 year. Oh, his icon's so golden.
Well, how about that?
How's it going, iRazor? Hey, look, an old horseshoe.
Another one. And that one's more expensive. Go figure.
And a Frost Guard, like immediate Frost Guard, is quite interesting.
Huh.
Hello there.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Ben the Improbable.
Look, someone could get cheese and the earrings and just start every fight with a bunch of vitality.
Right.
Earrings made of cheese.
Now we're talking.
That sounds like an item in the Gungeon.
Man, if we have single event character roles, half of us are golden. Oh no! I know what just happened. You guys are preparing to enter the shack.
Yeah, I was
I'm
just
gonna-
gonna say,
I'm gonna
I know
put
which
my-
two of us are not getting broken bones.
I'm gonna have my legs broken. Ah, I should have thought ahead.
I'm gonna have a broken strut.
And nothing of value was lost.
So many scrolls. A warrior, a priest, a mage, and a Nesglect. His own category. What is the science of the day? The science of the day is we're actually just trying to do a well-balanced, well-executed build because we're ramping up the difficulty. We're going to start climbing up the tiers of difficulty, but we do have to unlock them one at a time. So,
AKA get good.
yeah. So this is the Get Good series, except we need to have a synonym that starts with C. Oh, sweet, delicious popcorn. Well, this is a hand, I suppose. Let's say hello to this guy here.
Yes, ultra competent.
Let's see. Scott, you're going next.
Yep.
And there you go.
I don't actually need that right now. Don't.
Get
Much better.
good. And I don't think I'm going to play that. Hey, look, I healed everybody. I did it.
There we go.
Then I watched the cogs turn.
I considered fanaticisming.
I considered being a
Hello
fanatic.
there.
Considered being a fanatic.
How's it going? Did some good shit. Laser and trench ain't a bad play.
Yeah.
I was eyeballing the entrenched, but I didn't know if I wanted to do like
Oh,
guard steel skin because I am taunting now.
yeah. Also, you don't have the improved entrench, so that entrench actually going last
Oh.
isn't great.
Yeah.
So guard steel skin would be better.
Yeah, unfortunately, until that's a yellow entrench, it's actually almost a dead card.
Considered being a fanatic as the man who's a Nova Drift fanatic. I'm certainly not a Nova Drift fanatic. I play it a lot because it's a good game and you guys like watching it.
He doesn't play it in his free time.
He doesn't
Hello
play
there.
it for him, he plays it for you.
He plays it for you.
I do it for you. How's it going, Ozarex? Ow. Oh no. Heiner's going last.
Oh no.
What will we
How
do?
tragic.
Oh, tragic.
How could this have possibly have happened? There's my other clairvoyance. You could probably stay right there.
God.
That bat guy's super dead.
Super dead.
I'm just gonna take him out of the equation.
Super dead.
And then I think I can kill the corn. And then just nothing like the sweet, soothing, healing powers of Cthulhu.
Are you going to start making stuff up like we've gone to round 2, clearly Nezglect is not pulling his weight, he needs to be buffed? You going to start going that route?
All I know is that the last 2 times I've played Nezglect, he was at the bottom of the board, so just saying.
So you're the one that really needs to get good here?
Well, no, I play him optimally. It's the character that needs to get better.
Let's see here.
Thank you very much, Etchtron 1000. I hope I said that right. I'm terrible at names.
Oh.
Nova Drift is your go-to game and you want to listen to a podcast? Yeah. I feel like eventually we're just going to make a podcast, the Ultracast. But it hasn't happened yet. Pronounced like Echeron. Okay. And how's it going, Jackal Hunter? Came to your channel through Nova Drift? I'd say most people probably have. Although,
Kind of what you're known for.
kind of what I'm known for. Rounds has done well. Vampire Survivors has been doing well lately. A lot of people actually checking out the guides that I've put for unlocking this more secrety characters. Those get a lot of views on the back end.
Giggity.
Corrupt Precise Strike. Sure, game.
The crops are on fire. Oh,
Make it rain to scare the imp.
I mean, sure.
Guaranteed.
Oh, we found.
Well, there's not a roll, so
Would there have been a roll?
Yeah, I didn't realize it, but I guess with this option you technically can't get the rope, which is kind of weird. Because normally you have to roll to see how well it goes when you jump into the fire, and if you critically succeed, you manage to also find a rope. Guess I'll take some money.
Money's looking real good. Money. Don't agree with the Siphon Shield hate or on Nova Drift? Hey, look, we changed our tune. I don't know if you saw all the way to the end of that video.
A free card upgrade.
Do we want to deal with the freezes for it?
I don't know. I'll let
You say
Scott-
because of me. It's not my fault.
It's your
I'll let-
fault.
It's always your fault. I'll let Scott decide this one.
I'd say probably no.
Yeah, we don't even.
Well, I
need
mean,
this stuff.
Viper getting the card upgrade to upgrade that Entrench would be nice, but beyond that, I'm gonna say nah.
Okay.
Humble pie never tastes as good as you would like. It's not the best type of pie. In fact, it's probably the worst type of pie.
Yum.
I don't know. Could be a cow pie.
Depending on who you are, humble pie's still worse. My opinion on best pie? Probably, I mean, cheesecake is a pretty good pie. Despite the fact that it says cake and not pie, it's totally a pie.
Yeah, I mean, it's got like the pie crust thing going on.
Say, I like a good old-fashioned apple pie. I like chocolate eclair pies. Pies are good.
Sure, you know.
Yeah,
there's
chocolate
fine.
cream pie. That's where it's at, man.
Like, maybe once a year I can handle a piece of pumpkin pie. I don't do pumpkin pie too much.
Don't do pumpkin pie. Also,
As a chef, I will not accept cheesecake as a pie. Why not? Cheesecake is way more of a pie than it is a cake.
no, I'm not even gonna waste the energy. As soon as you said cheesecake is a pie, I was about to start arguing with you, but then I instantly silenced myself. I was like, no, actually, you're kind of right. I
It's
would
like you
say
lay
I would say
down
it's
crumb crust and then fill
Yeah.
it with the filling, which
I
is
I'd
same
say,
thing you do for a pie.
I'd say that it's more of a pie than a cake. I mean,
It's like
I will die on this hill.
like you compare it to like pumpkin pie. It's essentially structure-wise, it's the same thing.
Yeah, the pumpkin pie and cheesecake are the same thing as far as like structure and consistency is concerned. It's just the taste that is different.
You can mix the two and make the pumpkin cheesecake, and it still remains a pie.
pumpkin spiced cheesecake.
I never got big on the pumpkin spice trend. I mean, and I like I just said, I can't deal with too much pumpkin pie to begin with, so it's just not my bag.
Eh.
Oh, Jackal Hunter, thank you very much for the sub.
I can stand.
Put
to
on his
do-
helmet.
I can stand to do pumpkin pie stuff. I think if I had pumpkin anything, I would rather have pumpkin bread.
Pumpkin bread is good.
Like when I was active duty in the Air Force, my shop supervisor, his wife made a really good pumpkin bread. It was so good.
If you throw bolas at the back guy, it will get rid of his evasion and make him slow.
Just slow. I mean, I probably should.
And then you can
laser
just
first, but-
well, I mean, you can heat laser and still kill the sheep.
And
There you
that's
go.
it. It's like, and that's my turn. And for me, I'm probably with Lee. I like the classic stuff most, like the pumpkin pie or the apple pie. Like at Walmart, they've got a caramel apple pie that's pretty good. Although personally, instead of pies, I would rather have cobblers, like cherry cobbler with fresh cherry cobbler with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. There's no better dessert on the planet. Fight me.
Isn't that illegal in some places?
I don't know.
I typically get rid of my mental shakes, but do I want an early corrupt mental shake?
I mean, you could take that corrupt
You
mental
got the
shake and then
shakes.
replace it and use that one to replace one of your other mental shakes.
Yeah, well, like I said, over time I get rid of all of them, but I'll grab this one for now.
Okay.
Who's prepared to have broken legs? And by who's prepared, I mean some of us.
Oh, that's a pretty nice
This is-
chance.
That's
to read
a
their
nice
minds.
chance for that.
But,
huh?
Nice.
Eh?
It's just Wilbur
Also-
Reginald, 100%. Nesglick,
Nesglick,
81.
and then Heiner. Well, sorry, Heiner.
Not sorry.
What? What?
I think he went with the Nesglick thing.
I may have decided to go with Nesglick.
Why?
Just because you all were being mean.
But then if
Because
we don't go in the
technically-
thing... Ha.
Okay, there we go.
This is like, if we didn't go in the thing, I would have been irritated.
Hey,
And look, you're fine, so what are you complaining about?
Plenty.
because I can. Because Zenthus is here and he's friggin' infectious.
I didn't program you that way.
You didn't program me at all.
I could put these simpletons to sleep.
I mean,
Oh,
It's the
Ekron,
well, hold on,
that's
hold on. If we
opening
do-
a whole can of worms.
if we do that, does that mean that we just don't have combat at all? Because we technically want combat for XP.
I
yeah?
think
Yeah.
it does bypass.
Well, then let's get with the
Murder.
murder.
Fuck.
Violence is always the answer.
We're just a bunch of murder hobos.
Round 1. Fight.
Flawed victory.
Flawed victory.
Cheesecake is a pie like tomato is a fruit. So what you're saying is cheesecake is a pie and tomatoes are fruits.
Yeah, tomatoes
Yeah.
are fruits.
Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad.
Knowing is half the bet. No, that's not what you're going for. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Charisma is being able to sell fruit
yeah.
salad that has tomatoes in it.
And slow him down would be nice.
Okay.
I'd hit the front one because he's faster. Yeah.
I don't know. I would be pretty pleased if I ordered pie and got cheesecake. I mean,
Yeah.
cheesecake is pie.
I would be quite happy. Just like if I'd ask a fruit and handed a tomato, I'd likewise still be happy. See, you don't know me, but I would just bite into a tomato like an apple.
You don't know me.
That's one thing I wouldn't do. I'm okay with tomato, but I will never just like
Bite into it.
Eat it. as is.
Yeah.
Raw potatoes, on the other hand.
Sounds like coward talk. This man is chaos.
That is correct.
Tomato-based fruit salad is just salsa.
You're not
Yep.
wrong, actually. A good salsa with some Tostitos, really good.
I am a big salsa guy, I will say.
The thing I love about it's a more authentic Mexican restaurant that's in town here. Like, we do have Taco Bell that's a bit further away, and I'd like to go there occasionally and get American Mexican, but most often I like to go to the authentic stuff, and they with every order you always get free chips and salsa, and they make really good salsa.
I'm not even remotely big on salsa. I prefer electro swing.
Uh-huh.
Fair enough.
Okay.
How's it going, Blue Claws?
Blue Claus. The lesser known cousin to Santa Claus?
Your favorite is curry is gravy. I mean, kind of. Also-
Mango salsa is delicious.
Also, I'm not a big gravy guy. So I guess needless to say, I'm not a huge curry guy. Some curry's okay.
Mango salsa. I mean, my first instinct was to say no, but then I was like, well, no, hold on.
I've had mango salsa before. Not my favorite, but like I don't hate it.
I've never had it, but I would try it for sure.
I really like it.
I think this one. No. Probably best to just do this and kill that guy.
Curry means gravy. It's the translation.
Hmm.
I mean, story checks out.
I still go with the name of biscuit lotion for gravy.
Thanks, I hate it.
Don't need any of these.
Mind visions when we have a Nestle.
Biscuits
Wow.
and white sausage gravy. I like biscuits, but I'd rather just butter my biscuits than put any gravy in or with it.
Giggity.
Oh my.
Like sometimes you gotta butter them biscuits.
It still doesn't sound any better.
Look, I said what I said.
Yeah, I know you did.
I ain't unsaying it.
This is an
the-
easy corruption, but at the same time, we don't need the rewards.
The heal could be somewhat useful.
The heal's not terrible.
I'm looking at Reginald's health. I'm just like, you are sitting at half health, so you could use it.
Ironically, the only reason I'm so badly hurt is because our fights end too quickly.
Well, at least on one occasion, you had an opportunity to heal yourself or Heiner, and you were more hurt, but you healed Heiner.
Yeah, because he's the tank and he had debuffs and I didn't.
But you gotta think of yourself.
It's-
Self-care, man, is what they promote.
Yeah, I ain't scared.
I'm afraid no ghosts.
But the main problem is that, like, a lot of my healing is through regen, so since I never get a second turn, my regen never ticks. Other people get regen ticks, but then they end the fight, and mine never does.
So it sounds like you're ticked off about it.
Hate.
No, that would imply the ticks are going off and he'd be getting healed, so...
Let's see here. Let's just go ahead and do this then.
Can we really be talking about ticks since neither of us tick Mozzie? It's more of a mosquito.
No, he's the mosquito.
It'd slow him down.
Yeah, but at the same time, I could use that energy for next round.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can slow him down.
That's a decent amount of
Yeah,
damage.
give him the old bop. Once you bop, the fun don't stop.
I'll have to trust in the battery. Although his best battery stuff is
Well, look at
is
my
the one that just goes wherever it wants
look
to
at
go.
my single target damage. I guess this
I mean-
sheep's gonna get it.
It's like, I mean, you can really hurt someone.
Bah.
Ta-da! Ta-da!
Oh, sheep on sheep violence.
Oh my!
You don't see that every day.
Getting a possum. Ticks won't be a problem anymore. I didn't realize that they ate ticks.
Oh yeah, they're great for that.
Usually the only time I come across a possum is at the side of the road, and it's sad.
Okay, this time I will heal the healer.
I saw it coming.
Uh-huh.
I had one morning I was sitting here at my computer and turned around and there was a possum in my
Ow.
bedroom.
Ow. It's okay, I will actually heal
He
myself.
actually did the heal. Sometimes put it on Betty.
You can't quite finish off Betty though,
Well, then
But
but
finish
you
off the
could
one.
you
This
could
guy.
kill the pig.
And I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Come at me, bitch.
Oh god, rabid pigs.
Rabbit pigs.
Are they pigs or are they rabbits? I'm confused.
Yes. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Gingerbread with blue cheese certainly sounds unorthodox. I don't know how I feel about it.
I would try it. I can't
I
guarantee that
also
I would
would
like
try
it,
it.
but I would try it.
I mean,
I
I've
will
had
try
some.
anything once.
I will
I've had
try.
some-
I will try anything twice.
I have had some.
Not if it
unusual
kills you the
things.
first time.
That's true.
True. Yes.
Assuming I don't die, I will try anything twice. That's the, was it the Andrew Zimmern approach? Because the first time you have something, Like maybe something was going on with how it's prepared, or like it's just there was something like some ingredient was off or something. You never know. You try it twice. If you don't like it twice, then you probably just don't like it.
You're never gonna like it in the first place. I mean, I'd say probably
Just
one of the more bizarre things that I had that you wouldn't think would be particularly good, but actually ended up being amazing, was French toast that instead of having cinnamon, it had chili powder in it.
Huh.
But you still eat it with like maple syrup, so there's still the sweetness there. It was really good.
Peanut butter and mustard sandwiches.
Ugh.
Yum?
peanut
Question mark?
butter jelly time. Where you at? Now there you go.
Right. I'm sad.
When I was a kid, my mom loves telling me this story because she hated every second of it. And being an adult now, I get it. As a kid, I was a very picky eater, and the only type of sandwiches that I would eat were mayonnaise and relish sandwiches, otherwise known as tartar sauce. And
That makes me sad.
me too. As an adult, I'm like, Childly was dumb. Who let him out of the house?
I mean, I did things like with oatmeal. I would just put cold water on it, mix it up, and eat it. And I did that for years.
Delicious. Childly was smart. Nobody would steal your lunch. Maybe that was the trick.
Silly kids. Tricks are for Lee. What?
Why don't you examine that statue?
Yeah, I want you to examine the statue, please.
In
Click.
detail.
All right, who's getting it? It's a pretty good potion.
The fate decide, or do we want somebody specific here?
I'm trying to remember what it does exactly.
Do you know what it does?
It's a boon that gives you +1 energy, a couple stacks of insulate, and it removes burn.
So really just good for anybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's literally good for anyone but Cornelius.
We could just let
Who
fate
isn't
decide.
here.
No, that's a group competition, so that I'm just like, would the horseshoe
Horseshoe will not. No, it will not.
Then yeah, let's just let fate decide.
With a 1.
I did it. I did it.
Yeah, heavy emphasis on the question mark there.
I succeeded by not failing.
When everyone else around you fails, you're the winner.
You're the winner by default, which is the best kind of win.
I did it. I think I'm just gonna take some money.
I want the cloak of evasion, right?
I'm just gonna take the money.
I'm eyeballing the opal ring. You think I should get it?
It was a fishless fish sandwich.
Nah, money's more valuable.
Now let's go beat up a demon.
I'll die.
Well, first we gotta beat up his minions.
And then we'll beat up a demon. Matt Damon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was new.
I've always suspected.
Also, if I'm not slow, what is going on here?
No,
Heiner should not be going in that order.
Well, Heiner's fast.
He's not.
It is not so much that he is fast, but that we are slow.
Slower.
How's it going? I'm not a cat.
What are you?
Probably are.
I would love that part, like, they're
Sounds-
actually just a cat.
Sounds like something a cat would say.
Username is sus.
Just this, like, Maine Coon that's sitting right at the Sitting there, just looking, just watching.
Eveready Eagle. That is literally the. Whenever I think of Matt Damon's name, I have to do that every time.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Guard? Question mark? I don't know. There, I did it.
All right, now I need to see them.
Yeah?
Yes.
Hello there.
Oh, thank you for the
Need to
follow.
see them out.
No one needs to banish things. Let's see.
Oh, and Viper? I wasn't even sure this was going to be played today in the stream. I thought there was a high chance it could have been Peglin.
I mean,
That's probably going to be tomorrow's stream, if I'm being perfectly frank.
yeah, like this is like Lee and I were already talking about this like yesterday, and Peglin was not mentioned. So
I just had a hunch, so it might have been an option because that game's a hoot.
I think that's going to be tomorrow's stream.
and then Thursday we're going to be doing something with Furos. We're going to have to decide what. Also, speaking of which, Lee, you do need to get in touch with Furos to go over what he has, so you can decide on what we're doing.
Fire him out of a cannon.
Look, that doesn't sound like my standard practice of winging it and seeing what happens.
Uh-huh. Sounds like planning and stuff.
Yeah.
Planning's for losers.
See, look, you already know.
Yeah?
Look, I take faking it till you make it to the whole next level.
You do something.
Faking it whether or not you make it.
Exactly. Regardless of making it, I shall be faking it. Fent, I did. I might do something with that next week. I haven't decided yet. I haven't even opened it yet, but I do have it downloaded.
Let me see here. Just go ahead and intercept. Special's not really gonna help me out here.
Ah, crap.
Ah, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
I just realized I gotta, maybe mow the lawn today.
Just let it grow. Then
It's been raining like every day, so it's kind of hard to get out there and mow the lawn, and it looks like it could rain again today.
Let it grow. Let it grow.
look, the way I see it, if you let it grow, then wild Pokemon can show up, and that's just cool.
I think you would have to let it grow like really, really tall. In
Yeah,
order for that to possibly happen.
we would get in a lot of trouble for that, sadly.
Bunch of nerds.
And, I mean, with grass that tall, it'd be more like rednecks. Something, Jeff Foxworthy joke.
Something. Oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, he did it.
What's a good dog?
Yeah.
All right, finish them all.
You have to do it right now. This is one turn.
Excellent.
Well, I mean, that certainly helps.
It's a start.
I was gonna Divine Grace myself, but he kind of needs it.
I gotta need it.
Well, you could have just flash healed him. He would have been fine, probably.
Oh my. Yeah.
And now she's all alone.
Why didn't you kill her?
Look, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I'm pulling double duty here.
Oh,
You said double.
he's a duty
Duty.
puller.
Of course.
I feel great about this transaction.
I didn't need any energy anyways.
I mean, can you just... No, hold on. Heat laser, and then shield chart.
No, I got it.
No, or do that.
Whoosh.
That's fine.
A robot, no
I did
paladin, and mind
it!
player walk into a bar.
The bar says ouch.
It's really trying to push these mind visions on me.
Why can't it be pushing them on me? I'd take them. Level up. The chilling glaze.
Reactive laser? Question mark?
You can go either way. Do you want to be more tank, or if we're going higher difficulty, then you want to go Steel Forge. Reactive laser is the fun, memey dreamy, but actually tanking
Steel Forge
is better.
So good.
I wasn't ready.
I am little bit on fire.
It's okay. You got a chili glaze. Just put it on yourself, right? That's how it works.
Yes, for I am a donut.
Watch for it, people. One of these days, Lee's gonna have his own like donut shop. He's gonna call it Chili Glaze.
Starting this entire business was really funny for that one joke.
And like your mural will actually be like kind of like Cthulhu-esque.
It does feel like a donut shop that could exist in like Portland, Oregon.
Oh, what am I doing? I'm sorry, I'm not usually. These cards are kind of alien to me. I don't usually do this, so I was just like, wait, what's going on here?
No, I'm the alien. I got the tentacles. You're a robot.
Oh, you're faceless.
And the eye tadpoles.
A sweet, delicious eye tadpoles.
Yum.
You can see Lee with a tentacle beard. Don't know how I feel about that.
What do you mean there's an octopus on my face?
fear death?
Do you fear death?
Those are the exact two correct things. I guess I'm just gonna go for big boy.
I'll take that as a no. Nice sword.
That's okay.
It's acceptable.
Oh,
He's not dead, so you know he could have done better, but
I can always do better, but I'm terrible. Nesglect is
But-
weak.
clearly Nesglick needs a buff before you can do better.
See, I'm glad you understand. We've come to the same conclusion. Look, we don't know that Nesglect isn't a squid piloting a corpse like some kind of messed up Ratatouille. That is terrifying.
And funny at the same time. Nope.
Oh, what was that guy's name in Half-Life where he had like the head crab pet that he had defanged?
That was
Her
Dr.
name
Kleiner.
Lenore.
That was Dr. Kleiner. And at,
Here,
one, and,
Lenore.
and at one point, he actually tries to get the head crab to jump on his head.
Yes, exactly.
There's a similar joke in Space Quest 5 where you get a face hugger as a pet and you just name him Spike, and he's just like, he keeps trying to jump onto your face and you're just like, oh, you adorable rascal.
You adorable rascal.
Hello.
Oh, slowing down those quick imps sounds like a fantastic idea.
Quimps?
No. I refuse.
Yeah?
Could always bluff to see what you draw and then probably Spike Shield.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Or Steel, Spike Shield or Steel Skin.
Yeah.
Steel Skin will give me the reinforce, so that's per good.
Yeah.
Do the thing.
I did it.
It's a thing that you did. You did the thing.
Yay. Fool. You activated my trap card repeatedly. I thought you would have learned it the first time.
Well, you couldn't be sure, so you gotta try it a second time just to make sure.
Yeah?
Oh, there's a mind visions in there. Do I want the mind visions in there? I think I want the mind visions in there. Do I want the mind visions in there?
I want the mind visions. I want the mind visions. You want the mind visions? I got the mind visions.
Okay.
Vanish!
No, you're not dead yet. Hold on.
Now that's a
I'm
hashtag.
I'm not dead yet. I'm getting better.
Oh, no, you're
Pro
not.
Quimsay, wait a minute.
No, hold on. Hold on.
God. Still isn't enough.
Dang it!
Way to
And
suck.
Reggie gets
Jeez.
to steal the kill.
Reggie gets.
Oh, I wanted
That
Betty
would've
to
been
do it.
funny if Betty had
I
killed
was
it.
hoping Betty would. And
I mean-
everyone's at full health. Oh, except for me. I can slightly heal myself with a whole prayer of healing.
Woo.
Then Holy Storm.
Yay.
Yay!
Hey,
Hey, I
bouncing
could
shield.
get healing raid.
Lee, bouncing shield, yay or nay?
I think having one of it is good. I would get rid of your other shield charges, and then just work on getting lots of armor, and then use a bouncing shield maybe once.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Corrupt Shining Force is actually kind of interesting, but I think I want the penance.
Penance is good.
Nah.
Or nothing.
Or option 3.
We defeated a greater demon.
Diamond.
It's only in Act 1. Oh, it's the goggles!
The goggles,
They
they
do
do nothing.
But I already have the goggles.
If I didn't have a horseshoe, I would take the goggles to help apply more sight, but I got a horseshoe.
I can get Searing Novas in my deck with that Searing Dagger.
Well,
Yay.
Money. I was thinking the leather boots, and I'm just like, I'd rather have $75.
I should probably take the round shield, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should.
It's not bad.
It's better than what I got right now.
Shining Force, good card, good game series. But have you ever played Dragon Force for the Sega Saturn?
I miss
mean-
working design games.
I mean, they make
Through the Fire and Flames.
Yeah, I was about to say they do have one particularly good song.
No, that was a fun game. I wish they could get a remake of that somewhere.
A rare, nah.
I mean, this isn't that bad. Rare
We
Equipment
could
Shop.
do
could
the
be
rare
good.
equipment shop
Yeah,
just to see
Rare
what's in
Equipment
it.
Shop. With a discount.
Now with Through the Fire and the Flames, the one game that I could think of, not Guitar Hero, but friggin' Brutal Legend, one of the best games ever.
So do you plan on having the chain reaction build with Nuts Collect? Now, what do you mean by chain reaction?
You know, the reaction with the chains.
Yeah.
Oh, that all makes so much sense now.
That all makes sense now. How could I have been such a fool? Zap him.
It's like I actually just looked through my perks and I was like, did he have like a chain reaction perk that I didn't remember? No.
I'm also not familiar with this perm.
Huh. And it's 3 people now. Or 3 times.
Get him, Robot.
Okay.
Oh, like the debuff chaining. So basically, are you getting like the Spider Queen Eye or the Scryer Staff or any of that stuff?
Typically speaking, in Act 2, we go Swamp Spider Queen, and then I'll get that, and then I'll either stick with that, or if I get the other stuff, I'll transition. So,
Alternatively, we could go up to the Fisherman Hut to get you the Hypno Shell, so you're immune to
Yeah.
Insane, but
So it really depends on what we find in Act 2 shop, really. Decide how I want to do it. Oh, I could have glazed them all.
Glaze them chillingly.
Yeah, I'm still gonna get some glazing in.
I mean, they do call it frosting. And icing.
Hey, how's it going, Andron?
Hey, Jeron, what's up?
I hear that Brutal Legend was a fun game. I played like 10 minutes of it, and then it was like at somebody else's house.
No,
So,
that's
never got to play
fair
any more of
enough.
it.
That's fair enough. I mean, if you had the chance to, I would say you should absolutely play it through all the way to the end. It's great.
Yeah, I hear people enjoyed it.
Which is weird because the way that they ended it, it's like there's going to be a Brutal Legend 2, and it never happened.
Would you say all progress on the game went Jack Black?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Like, no, it wouldn't. Would you stop it?
They got it out for you.
Yeah.
I should probably get a provoke.
Well, your lasers are provoke.
I mean, more than just my laser, because that doesn't come up very often. Of course, no one
I mean,
might
you're
like
never really going to be able to consistently taunt because there aren't that many taunt cards, and most of them are vanishing and are either epic or legendary.
So what you're saying is I need to be grabbing cards that gives everybody guard.
Yeah, well, like I said, once you improve that entrench, it helps a lot.
Yeah, the entrench. That's why entrench is so big, because it's like the best AoE block card. Because it also grants fortify, which Steelforge does for you too.
You still might as well do it.
Yeah, it's like the wedding trench is still good when you have Steelforge going because we all have fortify anyway.
Okay. I guess I just take out the big bad.
The big bad.
And then I'm gonna work on you because nobody likes you.
Nobody likes you.
Do I waste one mind vision or two mental shakes? I think mental shakes are better because then I can mental shake mind vision somebody else. You.
You. Innocent. No.
Quit finding hills to die on. I'm sick of trying to have to update the map the whole time. I mean, why do you have to update the map on where people die? If that happened, then morticians have a very busy life that I didn't understand.
I don't want to understand that life.
You know, frosting, icing, and glaze are different. How dare? Yeah, well, you know.
Look, I was just going by the fact that he was calling it chilling glaze. So the other terms are of the cold variety.
So just anything that's cold.
Yeah.
Me. I have to update the map because the hills weren't there before. The hills just sprung into being.
I mean, I could
Just finish it.
just finish it. Blah.
Finish the fight.
Consider it finished.
You like the fact that I can drive a pile of goo insane? Yeah, well, I mean, have you met me? I can make a lot of people go crazy.
A corrupt shield bash.
Eh.
Yeah, even with it being corrupt, it's like we're not really
Yeah.
even doing something like that. So meh.
Pretty meh. Quick question: what is the set of bars under the HP bar? Was there?
The energy.
Oh yeah, that's how much energy we have. A whole lot of eh.
Hey, reinforced armor is nice early on.
Yeah, I guess I'll grab that. But
There's the hourglass for Heiner.
I mean, you look, you want more provoke? There you go.
Yeah.
And actually, gloves of agility aren't terrible either. I might pick that up. Yeah, sure, why not?
The madman.
Now it's time to get some boons.
Some bones,
Everybody
some
take
Daniel
cover!
Boons, Richard Boons.
Oh, I can.
I don't know any other Boons.
Now that I have some extra cards, I'm willing to take some off.
I
your
mean, I have
hands.
100% chance of healing us, because we
Oh.
totally need it,
Yeah.
Whoops.
I mean,
I can heal us with our horseshoe.
It doesn't matter, but I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, we don't really even need it.
Well, yeah, I know, but in the future we might. And the fact that he has a horseshoe, I didn't think that was another thing that the horseshoe could affect.
Yep.
Nope. There we go. Go for it, Lee.
I did it.
How could you fail? How could you do this?
Technically speaking, that could be
How-
considered.
Could you do this?
Thou hast failed us.
How could you do this?
But
I'm
thou,
getting rid of
but
one
thou
of those shield
must.
charge those. I'm gonna start getting rid of the shield charges.
Yeah. I'll go over the UI in a bit more detail once we get back into one. Ooh, another remove a card. I mean,
I could get rid of another thing.
we all just got boons. Let's just dump our garbage cards. So yeah, the number just indicates the yellow bars of thing. It's just an additional thing.
It's an additional thing.
It's just additional indicator.
For people who hate counting.
But what if you're like part of like the old world like monarchy system and you are a count? Could you hold those people accountable? That one got nothing. It's just silence.
Yep.
You can't even acknowledge it.
That was the best kind.
I'm also looking at that life totem buff, and that's kind of obnoxious. I've never seen that before.
Well,
Poncho over there is really
That is
doing
quite
some
the
work.
thing, yeah.
well, kill him. Kill him to death. That's my plan.
I was gonna say, you're the DPS. Dude.
No, I'm the healer.
Same here. We have no DPS. We have tank, 2 healers, and a support.
Says the person that just tried to roll for healing and failed.
Yeah, the other thing with the bars underneath the name, it's like it's the same thing, but then you've got the green ones that show how much energy you're gonna get the next turn. So, with mana batteries like me, I can increase that so you know where you're gonna stand on the next round.
Yes. He calls himself
You'll
Wilbur.
be standing on your platform.
He calls himself Wilbur. We all call him Duracell.
I mean, it looks like he has a giant battery on his back anyways, so hey, why not?
I mean, that's what I presume what it is.
Totally not a scroll. Totally.
Look, it could be both.
Totally not a scroll. A corrupt grimoire of flames. Interesting.
Sure. can duplicate a zap. Or a water jet.
Yep, there you go. It's like, and immediately get rid of it.
I was hoping for one of my energy cards. So
Game
I mean,
said
that card only sifts for spells.
Yeah, and most of the energy cards are books.
Yeah, they're all skills and books.
well, I have charge battery, so I can do a little bit of damage and get the energy back from it. That's generally what I hope I draw.
Yeah. Hit him with the laser.
And in case it wasn't mentioned, I do have to be out of here by 2:30.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll be out of here. As long as y'all don't dawdle. Insert timely noise of Viper just going.
AFK.
I just need to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a couple hours.
That would make for an exciting stream.
I think at that point, Lee would just be like, kick, and then he takes control.
But my kick would be physical. I just find out where you live, break down the door, kick.
Building kick. Explosion!
And
Yep,
hey.
I was hoping you would get a clairvoyance. I'm like, he can finish that one health guy, right?
Right? Right?
Actually, what do I have left in my deck? I can't look. What do I got left in my deck?
You have mental shake and take cover.
Yeah, I can just go away.
Just go away.
I could double mental shake you to kill you. And then I can double mind vision you to kill you. And then... Oh, I guess normally I go before you. So I did that, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Clearly you want to vanish the cover, right?
Totally.
Get rid of that boon. You don't need it. It's just slowing you down.
Fireball.
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 2 fireballs that he's never going to get to use.
Very probably.
Well, it's because you're going to kill... Oh, no, you're not.
I'm going to try. Blap. Slow down.
Alright, finish him.
I don't wanna.
Yes, you do.
Just
Yeah, I
ends his
do.
turn. Just ends his turn right there.
Mental shake.
Yeah, you're getting all the cards that I want, and I'm getting all the cards that you don't want.
Look, you didn't want a regular mental shake.
You're right, I didn't.
Shield charge. I should probably get rid of that bluff too. It's not doing anything for me.
But you had a mind
Actually,
vision.
honestly, I'm just...
So you can also get rid of, like I said, you can get rid of the shield charge eventually. Yeah, you got things that you can throw away. Early cards are butts.
You know. Combat.
You attack.
I'll punch you.
You don't really know who this guy is, but you don't like the look of his face.
I mean, would you like to look at that face? Look at him.
Hey, he could be a nice guy once you get to know him.
Yeah, he looks very, very happy.
He's like, he's got the whole Joker grin going on, except he's got like the razor sharp teeth on it as well.
Look, he just said that dinner's ready. I have that look on my face too when dinner is ready.
You don't have any look on your face because you don't have a face.
Look, I have tentacles on my face, but that doesn't mean I don't have a face.
You don't have a face. That's why you're literally called a faceless.
Look, it depends on your definition of face.
Looks like a face to me. Well, possibly.
Hit him with the bouncy shield.
He could be like 3 squids just like sitting on top of each other in robes.
3 squids in a trench coat.
Yeah, exactly. Then they really don't have a face. They're just puppeteering the hands.
Be like one of the that little alien in Men in Black that was inside the dude's face.
As we do. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have enough energy without the fanaticism if I want to go all out. And I think I do. And we shake, and we shake, and we shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake your booty.
Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
See, I was thinking more Shake Shake from, oh, what was the 64 game that I played so much?
I don't know.
Hold on. Quick internet.
Quick internet, it's your turn. Play, dang it.
Mischief Makers, that's what it was. I played that game a lot. And no, not the Harlem Shake. It's very different.
Come at me, bitches.
Einer went first this turn.
This is what reality are we in that Heiner is going before anybody else?
Well, Heiner's quick on his feet.
Does not compute. Going first. Error, error, error.
Beep, boop,
Bep.
bep.
I hope dearly that they don't change that. That is the best line in the game.
I'm going for glory.
He's going for the gusto.
Ow.
It's gonna be worth it. Maybe.
Yes. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. I got a foresight, and that's not what I need.
That's not how that goes.
Corrupt shield throw.
It's not what you need either.
Stockade.
Stockade's not bad.
Yeah, I will take the stockade.
Almost tempted to take the divine power. I never use that card anymore, but it's not a bad card.
Except for all the badness.
You're the badness.
You're the madness.
Who's ready for all this exciting loot?
Not it.
Hey, Brigand Armor, actually. ain't
Brigand
bad.
armor, though. Does anybody else want the Brigand armor more? I mean, I know the round shield is better for what I do, but the Brigand armor is just better for defense overall. But
I'm
does
good
anybody
with
else
my
want?
gloves.
Anybody else want it?
I mean, if you don't take it, I'll take it.
Are you going to take the shield from the tree boss?
Signs point to maybe.
Don't know.
I was to say, if it was going to be a definite yes on that, I'd probably just taken the money.
I
and run.
mean, yeah, I didn't actually think about that.
It's time to think.
It is hard to think. Look,
No
man,
pay to think.
I've been up all night. Okay.
Look, you're a third shifter. That's normal for you. You should be running
Yes,
at peak
but
efficiency.
I've still been up all night.
You-
It doesn't change the fact.
Look, as a former third shifter, I know how it works. You should be primed and ready to go.
Hush.
If you hit him with a fruit, he could be limed and ready to go.
Haha.
Ugh.
I don't get it. Explain to me.
No.
Aw.
Excellent. Don't need both of these fanaticisms.
Clearly, you want to get rid of the divine retribution.
Oh no, our healing grain gone forever.
Oh,
Yeah, look, I didn't need it.
Somebody else might have needed it, but I didn't. So, eh.
You're like, whatever. Hey, healing rain, you do always come back.
Look, I had 2, that's why I got rid of one of them.
Less fanaticism for the zero-cost flashes. Wait a minute.
Look at how much energy I have for turn 2.
Look how much energy I have for certain two.
If I wasn't shackled, I possibly could have helped more with that. But oh well.
How can you be shackled? You're on a flying disc.
The flying disc is shackled.
Hmm.
I'm picturing someone literally, like, tethering the disc to the ground, and Wilbur just being like, oh god, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what
Get
to
off the disc!
No!
Does not compute.
And I was just like, excuse me,
I don't
what did you say?
understand what's wrong with it. Why won't it move?
2 mental shakes over there. Let's see, maybe 3. Carry the 2, plus 1, minus 5.
To the 5th
Yeah.
power, minus the square root of pi.
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 Predictable. A
Get it,
Siver,
Benny.
thank you very much for the 3 months.
There was no exclamation point after that woo, so I imagine it's just woo.
Whoa.
How's it going, Lightning Bro? Just imagining the hover disc having those car clamp thingies. Oh, maybe... No, maybe it's like a...
Put a boot on it?
Yeah.
I am invincible.
Bloody Yeen, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You will not be getting sniped today.
Put on your helmet. Congratulations.
Maybe that's why he can't get off the disc. It looks like boots, but maybe they're like those like snowboard boots, and he's just really strapped in and can't get off.
I am going to slow
Oh.
somebody down.
You're
for
going to
sure.
kill the Dryad. No matter where you aim it, that Dryad is dead.
Okay.
Yep.
And then... yeah.
Lightning Bro approved of your cackle, Viper.
You have skillful, didn't play it before playing your skill.
Yeah.
So, whatever.
Would you say that play wasn't very skillful? Well, here, you got another chance to redeem yourself. Take another turn.
Take 2.
But he still didn't set up skillful, so that mana search doesn't draw him a card.
It's just like, whatever. I'll do what I want.
It's my skills. I do what I want.
Corrupt Scroll of Intellect is nice.
And Lightning Bro, you were correct. That cackle was Viper.
Yes. Hi. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hey, you guys are
Part-
going last again.
Part of me is expecting the tree to not get another turn, so...
Just part of you?
I don't know. He doesn't have a ton of side built up.
Let's see. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can get rid of fanaticism just fine. I suppose that'll do for now. Finish him, Scott.
Let's get powerful.
Powerful. More
Powerful,
power.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Powdered sugar.
I rest my case.
No, a free pandemonium.
That's
That's-
not bad.
That's something
pretty-
we could
that-
deal with.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's... That said, pandemonium isn't good. First of all, this isn't the upgrade that I would use, and I need the madness ring to make pandemonium part of this deck.
Well, the upgrade's
you're
not a
higher-
huge issue since we're
Yeah,
going
you
into
well,
a town.
Yeah,
But
we're literally going
it's-
in town.
It's more the I need the madness ring to make pandemonium work in my deck.
Well, I mean, you at least still have it. So if you do get the madness ring, then there you go.
Yeah, and then if I don't, then it is just kicking around.
I'm so tempted. Yeah, let's play around with that.
Play around with that.
Why couldn't there be a madness ring in these rewards? Make it nice and easy for me. I will take that crystal ball, I suppose.
I would have taken Ilmer's branch, but I think I'm pivoting, so
Pivot?
actually
Pivot.
money.
I mean, actually, like the crystal ball is a side grade. I think I'm actually gonna get money because I want a better weapon and money's tight.
Toy like a toiger.
I can't afford to take it in this economy.
Aha. Okay. Green portal it is.
Green Purtle.
Green portal it is.
The Green Purtle.
I like the mosquito nest. There we go.
That's an all-seeing amulet.
That is an all-seeing amulet. You're not wrong.
But
There's nice.
that is not a madness ring, and it's in the same slot. So that means that pandemonium wouldn't be getting used.
Well, then take the all-seeing amulet and just get rid of the pandemonium.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the direction that I'm going to go. Which means that I can lean into doing other stuff, which means that I can get the Spider Queen eye pretty happily and then just look for a Scryer Staff. I think that's going to be the way.
Do your naughty way. God. There's nothing good here. I'm just
Oh,
not
I found a
getting
royal
anything.
coin. I might be giving up my horseshoe.
I wish I waited to buy the thing. But now I am going to patiently wait.
Wait, what? Why is it saying that? Oh, it's because okay. It's like, why is it suddenly saying that I could get the stuff that it said I couldn't get before? It's probably better to upgrade what I already have.
Screw it.
Get rid of that bluff. Don't need that. Get rid of this other shield charge. Don't need that. And that's good. Now I do need to upgrade the entrench.
Oh, that's interesting.
Should probably go with the yellow upgrade for bouncing shield, shouldn't I, Lee?
Let me look.
It stays the same cost and
yes.
still vanish, but it's a lot more damage.
Yeah, because you're only going to be using it once per fight anyway.
Well, I can't actually upgrade that just yet.
Yeah,
so
things be expensive, dog.
I should probably upgrade the stockade though.
And I'm going to save all of my money for Act 3 to try to find the Scryer staff because it's less likely to show up in Act 2. And then we can go get the Spider Queen Eye. And then... question marks, profit.
Right.
Mind Flayer pulled up to a drive-in, one mind shake and a brain freeze to go. Lee resolving the lack of meditates in his deck. Yes, I sold resources just to make sure that I can afford to buy that meditate. Gosh, dang it.
Should probably make these spike shields cheaper.
I do need to get rid of this Pandemonium and this Mental Shake, but I valued the Pandemonium more than the regular Mental Shakes in the deck, so they had to go first.
I really need to get that Enrage. How much do I have to sell in order to get it, though? Probably too much. 10? Ugh. If I'm going to be doing bouncing shield shenanigans, I should probably get reinforced steel, shouldn't I?
Reinforced Steel's pretty good.
It's even more expensive. And I can make it to where it doesn't exhaust. Yeah, getting, like... Oh, no. That's not what I was doing.
Hey Scott, I see you got a meditate in your deck. Can I borrow it? Put it in mine?
No.
But I want it.
God, why?
Do you need shards?
No, I have my own. But I want yours as well.
You just wanted more meditate.
Yes. If the shopkeeper wasn't stingy and would let me, I would try to buy 14 meditates. All right.
So where are we going?
We're going to Spider Queen because with the All-Seeing Eye, that sort of made my decision for me.
All right.
Which means that we can cause a ruckus in Crocodile Land. Ooh, melancholy bad, but money and shards is so important this day and age.
Yeah.
Exotic equipment shop with 30% discount also isn't a bad option. But I think that money long term more valuable.
I agree.
Yeah, the money is good.
Immune to insane is a little sad, but thankfully, I'm not.
You're not built up for that.
I'm not madness ringed. So it hurts a little bit, but not a lot. I know you do. No one likes it.
I hate it so much.
I said, who have you met that has ever liked it?
Zenthus.
He's not denying it.
Exactly.
Skillful. Wait,
It's like,
skillful. Skillful.
Skillful.
Skillful.
It's good.
It's good.
Problem being now I can't transmission and Tome of Intellect.
Yeah, just
You
do
don't need
just
to
do
do
it.
both.
Yeah, just do a Tome of Intellect and then the other two.
And yeah. And yeah. Zap.
But now skillful is set up.
Also, I'm surprised you use the blue transmissions. I never liked that card.
He likes instant transmissions.
Yeah, I picked up a Celestial Brilliance, which I don't normally use, but since Divine Ire is based on Sanctify now, and they also added Purge to Celestial Brilliance, which I think is really interesting.
And you can do them both.
Uh-huh.
I like that version of transmissions. I can just keep reusing it.
Yeah, but it's inefficient because you're spending 2 energy in a card to grant 2 energy in a card. Like, it's... Eh.
Yeah, maybe bitches.
Yes, if you have the
If you blast the
the
back
Epic
guy, I go
Handbook
before him.
to reduce its cost, then it's good, but...
I'm going to delay my sadness. You gonna be okay back there, Scott?
I'm fine.
I mean, I am taunting, so they can only do so much.
Look, once I get my turn, I'll be able to take advantage of all this Sanctify. If there's any of it left.
No, there should be.
Yeah, there should be plenty, especially on the
Yeah.
front guy.
Yeah,
I'll just go ham on him.
I'd rather go bacon.
We've had this discussion, and I do agree. I know James does not. It's also good for a support build where you can transfer the energy from someone who might not need it as much as someone who could use it a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's still more efficient ways to do it, like Scrolls of Intellect, for example, which give as much energy, almost as much energy and the same card draw, but with costing 0.
Good old Swamp Rain.
And look at that, I'm at full health. And I'm sad about it.
Sad about it.
You're like, oh man, I'm not injured. Aww.
Aww.
Since you're taunted, just the Steelskin Spike Shield's probably where you want to be.
I can't play on I can't play on Trench. I'm sad about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can choose your disposition. Oh, so sad. So sad.
But you do have your expected prophecy, so you can curb that
Just
a little
so
bit.
much sadness.
A little bit.
I'm going to swallow sadness. This does nothing other than the just damage and vulnerable.
Maybe Chilling Gaze Clairvoyance. I don't know.
Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah.
Oh, I should play all of these because I'm just so terribly sad.
I almost think you should just Clairvoyance and play all your sads.
Or I just play the Pandemonium to get
Or just
4
Pandemonium.
vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because that's not insignificant.
And it's a decent amount of damage.
So sad.
It's not a race.
This next one's for that guy up there. It's called I Hate You, Please Die.
Oh man, I love this one.
Personomicon.
Hurt yourself to hurt them. You're only somewhat sad about it.
Anyone else really not like Twin Scrolls? Well, the thing about Twin Scrolls is it's tricky because like early in the run it's not that good, but later in the run when you have ways to reduce the cost of things and or copy extra things, it can be a really good card. It's just that if you're not like specifically building around it and you don't have any synergy with it, then yeah, it's generally not. It's not the best innate card. What the?
What's your opinion on your hand?
I'm sad. I'm sad about it. I hate Melancholy so much. And it just keeps getting worse because, like, as your deck gets smaller, it's like those 2 new sads that get added to your deck, you're gonna immediately draw both of them, along with any other sads that are still in your deck. So it's like, I know my next hand is gonna be 2 sads, Fanaticism, a Divine Retribution, and 1 other card.
Look, we're getting there. We're getting through them.
Yeah.
If Reginald and Twin Scrolls were both dying and I could only save one, catch me at Reginald's funeral casting 2 meteor showers. I can approve.
Yeah, Twin Scrolls can be really good. It's just that you gotta set up for it.
Guys, I would appreciate it if you would just roll over and die. Is that too much to ask?
You're the one that started this fight.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be the one that finishes it. And I don't mean by dying.
I'm not the DPS. Don't look at me.
Oh, at least I got my Holy Storm. That's
There,
something.
there's the DPS.
And the healing.
Do you choose to be more sad about it?
Kind of can't play these sads because I need energy next turn.
He's transitioned from sad to just angry.
I want to play the Fanaticism for more energy, but I don't think I can afford to.
Not sad. Frustrated.
Okay. Okay. Let us do some things. If I look into my deck... Oh, there's a Chilling Glaze. I got nothing but sadness.
You're sad about it.
Okay, that's fine. Boom. 1 to you. Oh, he'll be so close to death.
I think that's worth it.
I
And
agree.
He should be easy to finish off.
Famous last words.
Should be, and he's gonna draw nothing but sad. Watch. No.
Curse of Agony will do it. Curse of Elements will do it.
Curse of something will do it.
Curse
Curse him.
him.
Just curse him. Whatever you do, just curse him. There you go.
I was seeing which one would do more to the other two.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say he's probably next on the hit list.
Ta-da!
Oh, This was a long, drawn-out struggle, but
God, this has been
Yep.
this is taking
That's
forever.
what melancholy does.
long term, I think that money is going to be very valuable.
Yep. Oh, geez, stop.
Just stop it.
You enter fire, you're gonna draw into a set. You know you are.
Let's find out.
Called it.
That's Viper's fault.
I was looking at the odds and I was like, statistically speaking, it's not terribly oh,
Yeah,
look, there he did it.
it happened because Viper said it.
Yep.
Nobody picked up that phone. I called it.
Oh, I'll hold on. I'll draw 3. So I'll get the Chilling Glaze, the Fanaticism, and something else.
A sad because.
Ha ha!
Oh,
God, that was so loud it like glitched out.
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
It's a chilling gaze mind vision to finish it. Not that the chilling gaze mattered, but
But it did.
It padded the numbers.
Money.
Corrupt repair armor. Should I get that?
It's not terrible. Dispels
should I-
bad things. It's armor. It's free. It gets out of your deck once you use it once.
yeah, actually, the
Yeah.
corrupt version even dispels vulnerable. That's
Alright,
pretty
sure,
cool.
I'll take
Yeah.
that.
Do we cause trouble?
I
I
don't
like-
know.
Trouble.
Okay.
Maybe even making it double.
All right.
Stop.
Trouble it is.
Steal.
Trouble in paradise. Yeah, that's looks like a whole $50 to me.
Yeah. Am I gonna bling out the bot?
Your
I mean,
bot be
you're the guy in front. Some more resistances and HP can't hurt.
your bot be pimpin', yo.
Check me out, bitches.
Bep.
Bep.
Well, clearly we have to fight them both to prove our superiority.
Yes.
We really are just a bunch of murder hobos.
Yeah.
It's
Look, we don't-
fine.
Kill them, we just fight them.
Yes.
And we stole all of their stuff, and then when they come looking for us later, then we kill them.
No, we just beat them up, maybe.
You know, I'm convinced. You've convinced me with your well-reasoned argument. Zap. Zap.
Zippity zap.
Heal us, Reginald.
Zap, zap.
Okay,
zap.
I'll apply Sanctify. That is how I heal these days.
You're like,
Oh.
Celestial
Yeah.
Brilliance, Holy Storm. Oh no, Purge all, they're powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Powerful. Give it to that.
Powerful, yeah.
Just Holy Storm. I'm fully healed.
I don't care about you. Haha.
Well, there's also a bunch of Sanctifies. You guys can do the same.
I mean, I can't.
You have attacks, you just don't usually play them.
Uh-huh.
That's on you, not me.
Uh-huh.
Bouncing shield!
I
Intercept, spike shield, bouncing shield. My god, he did it.
You did this.
Look at that. Look at how much you healed.
and
Now
now he
it's
has no
Nuzlocke's
defense
turn.
for the next turn.
Who needs defense?
It's because he threw his shield. What kind of lunatic does that?
The one that told me to do it.
Ah, yes.
Ooh, that's a lot of
Uh.
potential AoE damage if you want to go that route.
I don't... Pandemonium is actually not terrible here.
And actually, with the
Actually-
fanaticism, you can do everything
Yeah.
but one mind vision, so that's pretty strong. I would fanaticism first though, because you're gonna heal off of the damage you do.
Yeah. I probably just remove the threat, right?
Yeah, probably.
Well, I mean, Reginald's gonna
I
be
know.
going.
I know it's not damage
Yeah,
efficient, but
I
whenever you
would.
remove a source of, if you
Yeah.
have the chance to remove a source of agony, then you remove the
But-
source of agony.
But Reginald's
Well,
gonna go before
but
him.
you're gonna heal more if
Yeah.
more of them are still alive, and so I can
Yeah.
finish off the guy in front on my turn.
I gotta make your HPs go up because you threw away your shield like a crazy person.
Because somebody told me to do it.
And look at you. You can heal with your double charge batteries.
You can heal if you want to. You can heal your friends, but I don't know.
You can heal your friends behind. I think there's a cream for that.
I did look. I didn't take it that far. I stopped before I got there. That's your fault.
Look, you can lead a horse to water, and then you can make him say things about butt cream.
Instantly loses all of his followers.
Look, I'm shocked that I have any to begin with, so it's fine.
Shocked that you have any to begin with, says the man that gave up his job earlier
Yep.
to be able to do this as a job.
You don't think that still doesn't blow my mind?
Oh, God.
Not to mention, I'm still not doing it self-sufficiently yet. I'm on a ticking timer, baby. Oh, then that Bolas ain't bad, and you would heal.
Doink, doink. Okay. You should not have that weakness. Get rid of that.
I'm the tank now.
Ha! Do it yourself. That's what I get next.
Let's see, just a little bit of that. Oh, that mind vision just kills you, so we'll just do that. Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
The Twisty was very disappointed he didn't hear you say it, Viper.
What now?
Something about butt creams.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm tactful.
Well, let's not go that far.
I'm tactful. That's why I stopped beforehand. Sure.
I like how you didn't get either of your unique cards until the fight's almost over.
Oh, well.
Finish him, Reggie.
Aw, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A wahoo?
Padding
Pad the numbers.
Wait, are you in Hawaii?
Yes. Hey, look, a sanctification.
Sanctification.
That's what
Look at
I
that.
want.
Yeah, and I have to throw it in the garbage.
Loot! Loot everything.
Loot the bodies. Hey, look, an old horseshoe.
Wow.
There's a lot of old horseshoe action going on here.
I mean, I got rid of mine for a coin, which I did it for the team.
For you.
I
I
don't
liked my horseshoe.
think I take any of these, though, still. I considered the Mystic Staff, but then I was like, eh.
I should take the rusty armor.
Actually, the Mystic
Yeah.
Staff is pretty good for me.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I passed it. I was like, I think that'd be better on Scott anyway.
Because I just realized I still don't have a weapon, and I'm gonna replace it later. But for now, it's pretty good.
So I take the Mystic Staff because I don't have anything in that slot, right? That's what happened.
Look, if you want your healer to be less powerful and less alive,
Look, you could have got an old horseshoe.
Look, I'm doing my own healing because apparently I have to be the one to do the damage.
Money or equipment
Money.
shop? I think, again, long-term money's probably more useful.
Yeah.
So and
Fortification's a
and
little
this fight will
scary,
be
though.
much better than the last one.
Yeah, this is not nearly as bad as Melancholy.
This is where we all die.
Yep. Because we're gonna get exploded like 20 times.
Hit him with the zippy zaps. I'm so slow.
So slow.
Play all the things.
Slocum Joe's, the Bostoner's choice. You get a cookie if you get that reference.
No cookies for me today.
I don't think you actually played that game.
Apparently not.
What reference?
I said Slocum Joe's, the Bostoner's choice.
Nope, no idea.
I know some people that are native Bostoners. I will ask them.
All right.
Steelforge, if you're gonna do that first,
Yeah,
because
because
you
it
get
gives you more block charges.
yeah.
Uh-huh. No.
Spray Shield Reinforced Steel ain't bad.
Do I really want that?
It's technically more
Well,
armor.
I mean, it's not
Yeah.
it's not exhaust.
And you get the
so-
Reinforce. It's the other
Yeah. It's not exhaust, so it's fine. Please tell me someone in chat got the reference.
Time to hit them with the old donut glaze.
No.
Yum.
I can kill the swamp elemental, and I think I will.
You probably should. I'm sure he's not doing any other nonsensical stuff.
No, don't even need to fanaticize. It's fine.
Fanaticize.
Yeah, you might not want to spill what your reference is, because I don't think anyone's getting it.
Fallout 4.
Oh. I had a feeling it might be Fallout, but since I didn't recognize it, I was like, I'm not going to guess. Because I played Fallout 4. Not nearly as much as New Vegas, but I've played it.
I mean, I will admit that New Vegas, like Fallout 4 is cool and all, but I feel like New Vegas was just better.
New Vegas was my favorite Fallout. Well, what's this game? This game is called Across the Obelisk. It is a deck building roguelike that is up to 4 players.
I like how you added the up to so we couldn't do the jokes again.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, you can purge the mosquito of,
I don't understand how that
Thing.
doesn't
Life,
purge its
yes.
friggin' stealth. That's dumb.
because it was Purge 1, so
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
only hit
It
one
doesn't
thing.
matter. Purge did of life, so
Yeah. The best kind of purge.
I feel like the 1500s called and wants that statement back. Let's see, what do I got in here? Yeah, we'll do a little bit of that. Get another mind vision here. Put that back.
That, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Can I pandemonium? So 6.
No, you don't want a pandemonium. That did not work out well for World of Warcraft.
There we go.
Ta-da.
I was like, I could do it. Hey, mind visions! Oh, what a wonderful day.
They do exist.
Are you an M&M's Christmas commercial?
I don't know.
Now that's a stupid reference.
Yeah,
It's a good one too.
they do
They
exist.
do exist.
Oh!
Oh, Santa.
Merciful.
Yeah, we're going to be merciful with murder. Murderciful.
No.
I'm glad you got it, Fent. As I said, that commercial's been playing for the last 10 years at least.
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched any like actual television in probably 10 years.
That's why I just read the newspapers. They'll never die.
How to read the newspapers? something Cuphead.
Every old-timey voice is just Cuphead now.
Look, man. Whenever you do something like that, I can't not think of friggin' Cuphead.
Didn't
For
they
that for that reference, watch their Cuphead playthrough! Exclamation mark YouTube.
I think they just came out with a cartoon too.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think Zinthas actually told us about that.
Is it any good?
No, I haven't told you about that because I haven't watched it because I don't care.
Maybe it was Firos. I don't know. I remember somebody mentioning it.
It sounds like Zinthus was a big fan, so he probably mentioned it at some point.
I've heard the show is very noisy, but that's
Very-
that's about it. I'm like,
Very noisy.
What a criticism! Interesting show, very noisy.
Too much noise. I'm sorry, guys. You're just too darn loud.
Now that's a reference I can appreciate. This is that one right there.
That one.
That one.
Let's see here.
Netflix is getting commercials
You
soon.
did.
Yeah, Netflix has got a whole thing going on.
Okay. I could do the things.
Yeah, you hit the level on Heiner where you can play cards and life is grand.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh.
Level 3 is a game changer.
And he went full Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Haha. Yes.
I don't think so, Tim.
All right, your mom. That's a very specific.
Uh-huh.
It's a very specific.
It's a
You're
very
first.
specific.
It is a very specific.
Oh, I miscounted.
Uh-oh,
I guess
Spaghetti-O.
I guess poopy mind visions can stay.
Well, I mean, you can kill the dude in the middle there. That's perfect damage.
perfect damage, yes, but he thought he could play them all, so
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking Harpy because Harpy sucks.
yeah.
Yeah, probably. It is overkill, but yeah.
Ain't no kill like overkill.
Yep, Final Fantasy X taught me that.
Yeah, I think Netflix will be fine as long as the ads is like a cheaper alternative. As long as you can, with a subscription, have an ad-free
It
experience.
is. It's going to
then-
be on different tiers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I think that's fine.
Yeah, because considering that they did recently jack up their prices again, if they also just add ads to that without also giving some kind of concession, then that would be very bad business for them.
Oh, you're disarmed. What are you gonna do?
Doesn't look disarmed to me. I see both of his arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of them's fake.
He also has a beating stick in one of them hands.
Oh my. That was one of my favorite things about Front Mission 4, where you blow the mech's arms off and disarmed him.
The word is that their current jacked up price will be ads, and then another higher price tier will be ad free. I don't think they'll do that because I think they would lose too many people.
Yeah, that's what I mean by it would be bad business. Is I feel like if they do that, people would just be like, "Look, Netflix, it's been a good run, but that's some really underhanded business practice. So you guys can go fuck yourselves."
And then we'll go back to the olden days where, like,
Pirating.
Netflix will go out of business, and then we're gonna bring back Blockbuster.
We can only hope.
Oh, well, that'll do.
Like
Right
in
now,
in your youth, how long did you spend at Blockbuster playing the whatever system they had set up?
0.
I didn't spend too much time playing their systems in there. I'd just, go in, rent my games, and then they had, like, stuff that you could print out on the poker printer from Pokemon Snap. Did that a couple times.
They get even angrier.
We didn't have a Blockbuster in my area, so
Hollywood Video.
nope.
Uh,
We had a little family-owned video store.
Yeah.
That was it.
I was gonna say we had one of those too. I was just like I was trying to think of how to say it, so it'd just be like the mom and pop video shop, I guess.
We had a few of those places around here. In fact, one of them is still doing business that I know of.
I was real sad when the one in our town shut down. I never went in there, but it just was a sign of the times. I felt bad.
You're talking about Magic Video?
I'm not talking about Magic Video, but that is another one. There was another one on Main Street.
'Cause I loved that place.
Magic Video, Dennis's dad knew the guy that ran it, and then through him, I got to see an early screening of both Toy Soldiers and the Final Fantasy movie that wasn't really Final Fantasy
It
at all.
wasn't really Final Fantasy. That should
The
never have
fake
had
Final Fantasy movie.
should never have had Final Fantasy attached to it and just been called The Spirits Within. Like, it was a good movie, but had zero things to do with Final Fantasy.
And then during that showing, they had a bunch of promotional stuff going on, and a guy was launching out T-shirts, and I had a T-shirt, and then I think I immediately lost it.
Somebody, like some older person, just like yoinked it straight from your hand.
I
What
had
happened?
I had it past that day, but not long past that day.
Nope, can't do that in Thropolis. So. Let's see here. I can't slow both of the important things down.
I'd say
so, I
back
mean, I
gator
could
because he's
kill-
slightly faster, or you can just take out. Oh no, you can't kill the front one.
I can't. So it's probably better to do it on the back one so that it hits those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the ones that I know of that we had, at least the local places we had, there was Videoland, there's Video Palace, which actually my sister worked there, and because she worked there, as long as it wasn't like a new release and wasn't reserved or anything like that, I got free rentals there because my sister worked there, and the owner was awesome.
Yeah, that's typically how that goes. 6,
But-
7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
But we did also have a Blockbuster here, and I went there pretty often. In fact, if it wasn't for that place, I would have never known about Freedom Fighters, I think it was called.
And if it weren't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college.
Haha.
Let me say that again because it bears repeating.
Not bear, horse.
Yeah. We went over this the first time. A corrupt barbed wire. Ugh. I don't think I need another spark shield, do I?
I do want an Anthem of Hope, but
Yeah, I've always disliked movies that have unnecessary branding. Like Final Fantasy Spirits Within could have just been called Spirits Within, would have been fine. The new Jumanji movies could have been their own brand. They didn't have to tack Jumanji onto them because they're fairly good movies. But the fact that they're also Jumanji movies annoys me.
Yeah.
That 2016 Ghostbusters movie should have been a like spin-off instead of a reboot.
Yeah.
Just 4 people going and starting a different franchise in a different city. Problem solved.
Yeah. I don't think we want this.
I could remove 2 cards.
You want to deal with that much thorns?
Yeah, I was about to say, that thorn proliferation is gonna hurt.
Doesn't really bother me, but since you're scared,
The only reason I'm saying that is because we had a run-in at one point because of thorn proliferation, so I really seriously dislike that one.
because you was scared.
Shut up.
Yeah, typically speaking, I'm never a fan of movie reboots unless like the franchise is like really old.
That was a
Like
good series.
it was. Like in the 90s when they did the Addams Family, I was okay with that. Because it had been, half a century since the last one. But if it's still like within the public consciousness, I think.
There's just also some stuff that just never needs rebooting.
Well, and Addams Family never was a movie; it was a show. So
Yeah.
rebooting it into a movie is different.
One thing people have talked about for years rebooting is Princess Bride, and just no.
You would ruin it.
Exactly. There's some things that you just should never reboot.
The problem is that everyone is so reboot focused. Like
Well, yeah,
they don't want to risk their making a new franchise because
It also takes less creativity and is easier money.
that's a problem.
Something Ghostbusters.
No, that was part of the conversation that we were talking about was the Ghostbusters one.
Yeah, and we saw how well that experiment worked, considering they went a completely different route for the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Transformers, they just let go.
That'll hurt them quite a bit.
It will.
Now that's going to be decreasing damage.
No, the damage will stay the same, all the way
Oh.
across.
Okay.
Except maybe it won't. I don't remember.
Well, no, one of them increases and the other one decreases.
Yeah, I believe chain the damage goes down. It says in the description, chain each time damage decreases 50%.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, which one should I hurt for more? The front one?
Probably the front one, because then there's a good chance that I can finish it.
Yeah, I would have voted front or the boss in the back. Either one.
And my Sanctify on the Elite has essentially negated the effect of his thorns.
Let's see, that doesn't matter, because I'm going to be playing them all.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter!
I guess I'll use a poop visions on you.
Poop visions.
um,
Poop vision sounds like something you just don't want.
it's like if Mario was doing his actual job, is that what he has?
Do I kill back guy or front guy? Back guy or front guy? If I kill the
I'd
front
kill front
probably-
guy.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna kill front guy because, other people are having turns.
Exactly. And Reginald's very probably going to be able to kill the back guy before he gets
yeah.
to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you seen the state of that guy back there? I don't know if he's capable of anything like
Well,
that.
I don't know. You see what he does? He does the things, and
I agree.
I don't know where I was going with that. I blacked out for a second.
Where am I?
Where am I? What year is it?
Well, I mean, they're all super dead. Like, just the deadest.
But how dead are they really? On a scale of 1 to dead.
Oh, You could just hit him with the second hit.
Yes.
Coat of arms, though.
The disturbing lack of meditates in my card draw pile.
Coat of arms, pants of legs.
Yeah.
This is pretty no. Pretty
You're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, that. Well then.
Well, sometimes they vacation in the spider caves.
Shit. Go Suntide.
Heh. Some more.
Go Suntide.
No sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yeah.
Thank you for the energy. It will go to very good use.
I'm getting a lot of German accents because the latest audiobook I've been reading takes place in an alternate history of World War One. There's a lot of German accent in my audiobook.
I need to watch Jojo Rabbit still.
Oh, is that like the anthropomorphized version of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures?
No, not even remotely.
No.
It's about a little kid
absolutely.
with an imaginary friend who is Hitler.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, he's not wrong about that. I have seen that preview, and it's bizarre.
Uh-huh.
we've,
I've heard nothing but fantastic things about it.
we've all been there? Question mark.
I've never had an imaginary friend, and I thank God I don't. Wait a minute.
I was gonna say either order for that's fine. How's it going, King Bradley?
Look, it's raining again. Oh well, guess I'll mow the lawn tomorrow.
Oh dear, what a shame.
Look, if you grow it high enough, it'll hide your house, so that way, you know.
If we grow it high enough, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a
No,
minute.
but they won't be able to find you because the house is hidden. So you're welcome.
We'll be fine well before it reaches that height.
Well, then you just murder your enemies. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what you want from me. I should pandemonetize.
No, it didn't work out
Demonetized.
for them. Yeah, they get demonetized because people hated it.
They hate things more than that still.
Probably put a big old herd on the front. Well, she's gonna get
Yeah.
to go next.
Well, I mean, I have 2 mind visions.
Well, then kill her.
So...
Put a big old herd on him and kill her.
Well, he's already dead. You just don't know
No,
it
he's
yet.
not.
You don't know it yet, but he is.
He don't know it yet, but he's gonna be pretty messed up on the next turn. Let me tell you what.
So go on. Tell me what.
I don't know where I was going with that. I'll get back to you.
Come on, tell him why.
I still don't know where I was
Tell
going
me
with
what?
And there it is.
God.
Look, someone had to do it.
Uh-huh.
And we both did at slightly different points simultaneously. All right. Ooh, can you do it with those 2 flashes and that celestial brilliance?
I don't think you can do it.
Can I do it?
I'm gonna say no. Sorry.
Can you pad the numbers? You can pad the numbers.
What the build is today is just a balanced, strong build because we cranked up the difficulty.
A balanced, strong bed. Wait.
Ooh, a corrupt coat of arms.
It's been on the pricey side for me, but it's not bad.
Well, I mean, it costs 2 for me actually.
That's still on the pricey side.
It's
I
not
mean,
bad.
dispel.
Like,
It's
if
a
you want to take it,
self-vulnerable dispel.
If you want to take it, I ain't your dad.
I feel
It's
like,
like,
I'm being,
fine, I
I feel
won't
like I'm
take it
being,
then.
I feel like I'm being judged and so attacked right now.
Go fast.
I won't finish it.
He's not Judge Judy and Executioner.
Oh man, imagine if Judge Judy was an executioner.
Now I'm just picturing her with an
Wow.
executioner hood and a big axe.
No. So it's
Judge
just
Judy
whenever,
the executioner.
no, it's just whenever she sits down, she has like a 9mm that she puts down like right in front of her, right where everybody can see it.
Meanwhile, I'm picturing her more as one of the judges from the Judge Dredd
Judge
comics.
Dredge.
Yes.
Oh, we got a murder death kill here.
Killing's easy as breathing.
When I was a kid, I would often mix up the Judge Dredd franchise with Demolition Man, and it made for hilarious results.
Judge Dredd asking about the three
Isn't that
seashells.
the way to do it?
Exactly. Look, it was Sylvester Stallone as a future cop. It's fine.
My favorite part of Demolition Man is when they get to Taco Bell.
They won the fast food wars. Your mom literally just did that. Look, easy mistake to make. I
Did
get
what?
it.
Use the three seashells?
I prefer to just live underground and eat rat burgers.
Yum.
That comes as a shock to no one.
And surprises no one.
Hey, I found a friend.
Good job.
Way to go!
I'll take care of him.
Will you?
Yes. No, I don't even have to fanaticism if I don't want to.
It's like, I don't want a fanaticism. You fanaticism.
Scott's going first next.
Going first next.
I said what I said!
It's correct, but it feels wrong.
we meet each other for the first time for the last time.
You
Look.
haven't heard the last of Barbados Slim.
Now
Now
goodbye.
goodbye forever.
Barbados Slim was like my favorite side character. Alright, get him, Scott.
202. Kind of not found?
I still have Celestial Brilliance in my deck. Can I draw it?
Heart of the
Dang it.
No.
Alright, I don't know if I killed that. But if
you Divine Retribution first, will that flash be enough to kill either the front or the back guy?
No, Divine Retribution doesn't boost my damage, unfortunately.
Well,
It's
so-
just a counterattack.
Oh, it's when
Yeah.
damaged by others then.
Damaged by
Yeah.
others.
Ah.
Sad, I know. But if I do this first, and then smite him, that might be enough bless to make... Yes! Perfect! So I didn't kill all of them, but I
I
killed
would've-
2...
I would have killed the one in the back first, because Nezglect was going next.
No, he wasn't. The other 2 were also going before Nezglect.
Yes, Queen.
Although I can also do this, and now Heiner's going next. Calculated!
Oh, all right. I'm not gonna say no to this.
You gotta love the after the
Oh, I
fact
can't
calculations.
actually do it today. Damn
Yes.
it. Here. Let me take care of that for you.
You should have steel forged. You could have given him more armor.
Oh, well, I mean, I did it to get rid of the vulnerable. Not that it really matters.
And then spike shield and do that. And then if he attacks somebody, he dies.
All right.
Also, he didn't attack anybody.
No.
I was gonna say hopefully Thorns will finish him, but no, it's fine. Nesglect will.
I mean, you should have known what he was gonna do. I had sight on him. Sight beyond sight, even.
Who knows? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
A corrupt bludgeon. God.
I wish I could take greater heal.
But you can't for reasons
Yes.
known only to yourself.
Yes.
Hello, Spider Queen. How are you?
Pretty good. Thanks.
Oh.
Thanks for asking. That's good. I don't know why she sounds like Mickey Mouse.
That was a Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, because I don't want to get sued by Disney.
What don't want to be? It's sued. It's a Zafagate.
M-I-C-K-Y. Tula Spider Queen.
Wow.
Not gonna lie, it's pretty good.
Let's see here.
Bolasing.
Let's make sure
pretty
that
good.
you are going after Nesglect. Then do this. Then do this. Then do this.
It's like, I will get all the armors.
All the armors.
I love and hate her design. I think her design's pretty good. I guess my only concern is that, like, she looks like she's ready for a night out, but she's also, like, attached to the ground.
What, you can't have a night out and be attached to the ground?
I believe that'd be called a night in.
Well,
Are the bolas
that
made of
one guy
nickel?
is
Yes.
almost.
I think my big gripe is the fact that she has 10 limbs and not 8, so not really a spider.
Well, she's got 8 spidery limbs, and then
8.
2
She's
arms.
got 8
2 arms.
legs.
Yeah.
Which is
10
technically
limbs.
correct.
10 limbs, she's
Well-
a squid.
Well, it's just like how a centaur's a centaur, not a horse, because he's got a couple extra arms.
Yeah. And yeah, I did been the improbable. That was a joke I was making with James the other day. Is that someone used to Photoshop like little 5 cents onto the bolas so that they're nickel bolas.
Screw it. We're going in.
All right. It's happening.
Everything's fine. No, my sight.
Well,
I'm
That
not
happened.
happy about it either.
that happened.
I don't like her anymore.
You liked her before?
No, she was fine before, because she was dying, which is my favorite thing for her to do.
I prefer B5. Stop hitting me.
Bingo!
Stop hitting me.
Bingo.
Oh, great.
Well,
So not only did they take 2 turns in a row from my perspective, but now it's going to be 3 turns in a row from my perspective.
No, from your perspective, it's still only going to be 2 turns in a row. It's just that things are going to have happened that you won't have recollection of.
Well, that's what you get for being stoned.
Stoned on the job, God. I thought I taught you better than this.
You didn't teach him at all.
But maybe I tried to do it better. Probably entrench.
yeah, if I don't entrench, then I'm gonna lose this block. Sorry, somewhere at the time, bouncing shield.
For some reason, the way you said that, I pictured a time-bouncing shield. A shield that bounces through time.
That would be awesome. Like, you throw it, it just disappears, and then, like, a turn or two later, it appears and just does massive amounts of damage.
And then the enemies, you do that, then the enemies throw up a bunch of thorns, and you're suddenly regretting your decision.
Nah.
That's my secret. I always regret my decisions.
Haha. You better clairvoyance, or else you're hitting that thing no matter what.
Scott, you can take care of that spider, right?
I mean, seeing as how I'm paralyzed.
Kill
Right.
that spider. Otherwise, it's gonna be
Right?
causing all kinds of trouble here.
Scott, why are you sleeping on the job?
I didn't want to be.
I don't want your excuse. No, screw your brain.
Alright, now I finally get my
Yes.
second turn.
Oh, I need to summon another spider. Jeez. Can't take you anywhere.
Just holy storm.
Zerbishin, what's happening today? We got like a fairly balanced build going on because we've upped the difficulty a bit. We're going to start climbing through the difficulties now. But we got to unlock them. This difficulty shouldn't be too bad. We've always stuck with Madness 2 because you can use treasure chests there and go nuts. But now we're dipping our toes into deeper waters.
I dip my toes in any water. I'll float over the water.
Is that what kids are calling it these days?
And one has to wonder if Nezglek even has toes.
You know?
That's toast.
There's nothing saying that he isn't just like, I don't know, just a head with arms and there's like nothing
Squidward.
underneath the robe.
Just got 4 legs down there like Squidward. And technically, Heiner probably doesn't have toes either, so...
Yeah. Well, you don't know. This looks like he's wearing, it looks like he's wearing, like iron slippers, like house shoes. The man in the iron slippers.
Ugh. I hate you, you taunting spider.
Little taunting spider. You're such a taunting spider. Why do you gotta be such a taunting spider?
How many of those hatches did we end up with?
36,923.
Oh, Broodmother. I've never seen that card before.
Well, let me tell you what. If that shield throw comes up again, by shield throw I mean bouncing shield.
Fireball.
If it does come up, I'm not going to be able to play it because I didn't get enough energy.
No. If Wilbur gets another turn, he's drawing 2 free fireballs.
And
Oh.
he is getting another turn.
Zerbishin, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs.
Well,
Nice.
Thank you very, very much.
shotgun them out.
Yeah? Look, sniper rifles don't do it sometimes. You need a wider spread, you get the shotgun.
Get the shotgun. If you want to go bigger than that, you go with the grenade. And if you want to go bigger than that, then you have a tactical nuke.
I don't have a thing for a grenade yet.
You probably should. Just like,
Look, I have the standard escalation of war. You have sniper rifle, then you have shotgun, then you have nuke.
yeah.
The standard linear progression.
Aww.
Shouldn't he just fall out of the sky?
Just kerplunk.
Ever ready eagle. Thank you for giving that gift
He's
sub.
paralyzed. The platform's fine. You can't paralyze the machine.
The platform is the same color.
Yeah, it looks just as frozen.
At least just as paralyzed.
One shot,
It was
one
still
kill.
glowing underneath it, so deal with it.
Ever ready eagle.
Oh, I
he had the
should
sniper
take
rifle.
that. I'll be a
like
good
Lee,
boy.
if you go with the whole grenade thing, I think you should take a clip from In the Army Now with Pauly Shore, where the part where he like grabs, where he has the grenade in his hand, he pulls the pin, drops the grenade, and throws the pin. Move it!
I have a confession to make. When I was a kid, In the Army Now was my favorite movie.
I really liked that movie. I watched it several times.
It's not a good movie, but you know.
Well, I mean, it's like saying that Mario Brothers was not a good movie, but you watched it anyways.
Yeah.
I didn't.
He's like, I never saw it.
Because you're a
I
heathen.
have not.
Also, Seashell Ring for you is not terrible.
Is it? I mean, the max HP, I suppose.
And the charge.
I don't do the shield as much as that though.
But you do it a little bit.
Is it better than all the resistances?
4% of it, yeah.
Okay.
Or better than taking money for the next town.
I mean, right now I've got 4,500, and I'm probably not even going to spend that much in the next town anyways, because I don't even know what I would be shooting for. Most likely, I'm not even gonna. If I'm gonna be doing rerolls, it's not gonna be until the last town.
It is a terrible movie. I agree. I don't think Pauly Shore has ever been in a objectively good movie.
Funnily enough, no, I don't need that. Funnily enough, I liked that movie mostly just because of the very first part, because of the game that they were playing. And for the longest time, I thought it was just like, I don't know, just something that was made up just specifically for the movie. And it wasn't until later that I was like, oh, that's an actual game. And it's actually a pretty good one, too.
I haven't actually watched it in many years, so I don't remember offhand.
They were playing, it looked like they were playing on an arcade, like an arcade cabinet. But the game is on, or was on PlayStation. It was called Return Fire. It was pretty good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with liking a movie that's garbage, as long as you know that it's garbage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of James and the whole, Super Mario movie.
Yeah.
Like he knows it's not a good movie, but he likes it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas I know someone that likes that movie and who thinks it's a masterpiece. So,
Oh, it's a piece of something.
Starts with S, ends in T, and it isn't soot.
Shoot.
Saint. Sort. Short. Shirt. Shart.
I'm
Getting
pretty sure you're
closer.
just repeating things.
No, they were all different words. I was with
Were
them.
they?
Yeah.
Soot.
Sweet.
Sit.
Yeah, see, there you go. It's a great one. Sleet. Sheet.
That was a piece of sheet, all right.
Slat.
Slot. And we're gonna close to a different word now.
Scott does technically qualify.
Yeah. Yeah, so why did it take you so long to figure that one out?
Look, because we were thinking about improper nouns.
Uh-huh. You're an improper noun, all right.
The movie is very Scott.
Oh,
Damn.
that's not very nice.
I
But
guess it does fit because it's terrible, but I love it anyway.
Uh,
Oh my god.
well, poison's happening.
Is it?
They're all dead at the end of their turns, except for the obsidian elemental.
I could do more damage to the Obsidian Elemental, or I can make sure that this guy just doesn't have a turn.
I think either way is good. Because I will get a turn before the elemental, so I think that was the right choice.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
'Twas the right choice.
Street? A piece of street? Yeah, it's just concrete.
Just a piece of it.
Sport.
It doesn't even have to be really big. It's just like a tiny little pebble of concrete that was busted off. Who said it's concrete? It'd be a street's
So-
made of asphalt.
So if it's called a pothole, is the piece of concrete that was once there just the pot?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Glad we don't have those here in Michigan.
Is that sarcasm I hear?
No, we have craters. There's a big difference.
Yeah. That actually, friggin', that when I was active duty in the Air Force, like, there was this dump site that we had to go, that we, like, if we were on a job site and we had, like, a bunch of rubble or whatever and it had to be just like, disposed of, there was a dump
Arnie?
site that we had to go to. And to get to that dump site, there was this, like, there's just stretch of dirt road that we had to go through, and bumpiest thing I ever been over.
I did it.
Good job.
Ta-da. Did I ever tell you about the time how?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
End
This
of
one time
story.
at band camp.
When I was in college, I had borrowed my friend's car, and yeah, you can
That
tell
was
where
your
this
first
is.
mistake.
You can tell where this is going.
No, I'm laughing about the fact that, well, he said he had friends in college. That's a good one.
Ah,
So anyway, I was driving to the next town over to go to the store because we went to college in New Hampshire and there's literally nothing that exists out there. I could do that, but I won't.
Oh, I actually should have picked up the vile gas now that you're doing poison things.
too slow.
So yeah, so there's two ways of going into the next town from the college that I was in to the next town over. There's the normal rational way, which is you just drive along the road and you get there. But then there's another one. There was a dirt road that went from our campus to pretty much right into town. And that's usually the way we went. It was more interesting. It was not necessarily quicker. It was about the same size, the same time, but it was more direct. It's just you had to go slower because it's a dirt road. So I borrowed his car to go out there, and it had stormed pretty bad the previous night. And it rained very heavily. So I go on the dirt road, and I have my friend Shane with me. And I take one look at the dirt road as I start going in. It is torn to pieces. Like, there's just giant holes and puddles and gaps, and like it looks like it is just seen a war zone. So I'm like, I probably shouldn't take this road. I should take the other road. And then my friend Shane goes, I dare you to do it. I'm just like, no, I won't do it. It's double dog dare. I was like, all right, fine. Yeah, it's a double dog dare. I was contractually obligated at that point.
And that was the last we ever saw of Lee.
So
The end.
we're driving down the road. I'm trying to be as careful as I can, considering the state of the road. But it's hard to tell exactly where things are because there's so many puddles. I hit a puddle that was fairly unavoidable, and then the whole right side of the car sinks. You just hear crunk, and then I went, "Oh, that's not good." So I hit the gas a little bit to get out of it, and you just hear, and the car comes back out. And then I drove back to we got through the dirt road, got to the store, went back on the paved road for some reason, and then got back. The next day, my roommate was looking at his car, and he went to like drive somewhere, and he was just like, the car's driving a little bit funny. Did anything happen last night? And I was like, oh, yeah, we were out on the road, and I think I hit a little bit of a pothole, but I didn't think it was so bad. So he ends up going to the shop to get it looked at, and apparently what had happened was we hit like the hard on the underside of the car to the point where it was essentially like 6 inches away from killing us on the fuel line. So there was that. And then afterwards he was just like, "Are you sure you didn't do anything else with the car?" I'm just like, "Nope." And that's the end of that story.
Like, you want near death stories? I got one for you. So again, active duty. It was my first deployment to LUD Air Base in Qatar. And one day we were out on a job site, and we were digging a trench to lay. I think they were going to be laying power lines through there. Well, we stopped. We got to to the place where we had to stop, or at least we thought we did. But then my RO, or my team lead, he was like, "Turns out we have to actually dig another like 5 feet from where we had stopped originally," and he was like, "I need you to get into the trench and tell me, and like wave me down, like if you see that I'm gonna go through any lines or anything like that." Well, I was on one side of the bucket, and any lines were on the other side of the bucket. So I was like, "How the fuck am I gonna see anything that he goes through?" Well, I saw what he went through. All right. At one point, he does like basically what was gonna be the last like bucket that he was gonna need to finish up the trench. And I just see a bunch of lines sticking out through the ground, and I was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" So he comes out, and he looks at that, and he's just like, "We got so lucky with this," because what he had gone through were 9 high-tension wires. These are like the power lines that you see in your neighborhood. The amount of power going through these wires is like 10 times the amount. He said the only reason that like we were both still alive at that point is because they were abandoned. Those lines could have easily killed both of us.
Good times. See, it's fun being on the other side of a near-death experience when you didn't realize how bad it was until afterwards, and you're just like, huh. Dang.
Yeah.
Any stories I have are just stupidity. There's no near death to it. It's just people being stupid.
All right.
Look, sometimes that leads to near-death.
We had when I was growing up, there was a year where there was a big flood going. Bridge down the road. Had water going over it. We were all sitting there. We watched cop go through town, and then they just kept on going. They headed right towards it, and then all of a sudden they start going through the water, and stalled out, and sat there, and we all just pointed and laughed.
All right. Also, am I the only one that's saying Malice is having the invulnerability, but he's not like...
Because Scott purged his stealth, but he's still invulnerable.
Yeah.
God. That is
Why
so
couldn't you purge
weird.
that too?
Look, if I had more purge,
Well, I see something that I can do.
and that is technically possible. Like, if I had a purging ray, I could theoretically be like, "No, you're not invulnerable anymore."
Bit unfortunate that I couldn't use it on him, but whatever.
I got the healer.
Oh god, watch out, he's taunting.
Oh no. Whatever will we do?
Good
Because-
job protecting your friends.
Kick his ass, Nappa.
So King Bradley said, "Thank you for your service, Mr. Viper."
Oh, you're welcome.
He is the Viper.
That
I do have some stories from being in the military. And yes, I was deployed to Iraq, so I have some stories from there too.
Do any of them involve you going to vibe the windows?
Oh, he was a Vinda Viper.
Uh-huh.
just
I'm not even identifying that
I
with
can't
saying
even.
anything at all.
I just can't.
Honestly, probably the correct approach.
Just shut your pie hole.
Now we're back on the
That-
subject of pies.
That
full
joke is
circle.
all.
Yeah, it's full
That joke
circle,
is all
yes.
G.I. Joe's fault.
21 poison or 6 vulnerable.
21
I think
poison.
it matters.
This guy's gonna die in 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah. Look, just being efficient.
Who cares? You're not a fish, you're a Scot.
Yeah, I'm more of a fish, like a cuttlefish.
I don't want to cuddle you.
Well, good, because I don't want you to cuddle me either.
But... Bep.
How about some mind visions? And then some mind visions. And then followed up with maybe a mind visions.
I wanted you to change it up with like a fanaticism.
Oh, it could have been. It could have been
Okay.
beautiful.
Oh, I could get another celestial brilliance. That's probably not it.
The
Look, you
rule
can get
is
the pandemonium.
I could, but I
the
won't.
rule is not to throw bolas, is it?
Yeah, you don't want to.
I don't want another balancing shield, do I?
This is a super pass for you.
Okay. Super pass, is that like
Okay.
is that like what bosses have? I don't know.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Storm tiara.
Oh.
Now that kite shield for you. That's pretty spicy.
I would actually take the Hydra egg if I didn't have the royal coin going into Town 3.
Yeah.
I probably should take that kite shield. I mean, it makes me a bit sad that I took the
think
brigand armor
this is
from you
just-
earlier. But...
It's fine. I'm looking to replace it with something better anyway.
Our weapons are looking pretty shabby. I'm sitting here with a mystic staff, and that's the
Look.
best weapon on the board.
Look, I'm gonna be looking for my scryer staff now.
I don't even know.
It is Town 3. This is where dreams come true.
Or are broken.
Or are broken.
Well, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait a sec. Isn't the tower or the wall? Isn't the wall a weapon?
No. That's an armor.
Oh shit.
Scheiße. Let's see. Lots of interesting things on the store. Not anything that I need per se, but interesting things.
I would re-roll, but being the tank, I just don't know what I want to roll into.
Let's see.
They see him rolling. They hating.
Let's see. I could just. No, I gotta save my money. Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's painful because I found the clairvoyant scroll, which I can't take if I'm doing Spider Queen Eye. But ooh, it's so good.
It's so good.
So I have to say I'm dedicating myself to Spider Queen Eye if I'm gonna pass here.
Oh, just a car ring. I could make
Yeah,
things
pass.
burn.
Oh, it hurts so bad. So I passed the clairvoyant scroll. Then the next roll, I found a raven staff, and I feel like I still should take that raven staff.
Well,
Oh,
you've played
Oh,
Heiner.
I found a scryer staff.
Well, you've played Heiner far more than me. What should I do as far as these like intercepts go? Should I just dump them and not get anything else?
yeah, you get svelte up.
I just don't know what to do with this because I don't know if I should keep the guards or not. I don't know what to do.
Okay, do I take this even further? I have the Spider Queen Eye with the All-Seeing Amulet and now a Raven Staff. Do I replace the All-Seeing Eye with a Viper Ring and do Poison Bleed? So then if I get the Scryer Staff, I have just debuff Menagerie. Good talk.
Yep.
I don't know.
I'm going to take the Viper Ring. That is super locking me into Spider Eye. And now I just... Even though I bought the Raven Staff as like a interim thing, I would really like that Scryer Staff. But I'm not getting it here. Okay. And I think having one yellow mind vision could be fun. No, just more blue mind vision. Screw it.
And looking at Discord, a new patch for Battle Bands has come out today.
Oh, sweet.
Various bug fixes and balances.
Back in my day, we squashed bugs. We didn't fix them. If you fix them, that means that there's more bugs.
Depends on the bug.
I think dogs and cats would have a word of you about that.
Well, they're living together and there's already mass hysteria.
Uh,
Do we just go double boss here? There's nothing terribly exciting.
I like bosses.
I like big bosses can't not lie.
All the other bosses can't deny.
I don't know.
Oh, if
They want
I
a circle of healing.
had gone
It's
with my
not-
original build, that would have been nice.
Yeah, but I knew that you didn't want it. I wasn't going to torture you by making you look at it.
He knew. Oh,
All right, we're just gonna blaze through this. We're gonna blaze through Act 5. It's gonna be a blaze.
Act
of
5,
glory.
that'll be impressive.
Yeah. Look, Act 4 level 2 is basically Act 5.
Act floor?
Act 4. Why is everyone surprised when they learn that I can't talk properly?
I'm not surprised. I just like pointing
It's
it
not
out.
surprising. It's just like an obligation to make fun of each other for it.
You say each other, but I'm the only one that ever messes up.
You
mess
say
up?
that. That's a lie.
That is an absolute lie.
That's what it feels like.
You're right. You're the only one that messes up.
See? Proven with science.
The
Zenthis
only one that's
understands.
ever messed up anything ever.
Yep.
I'm glad that you're all finally out, showing this.
In the history of mankind.
Man.
Again, it's proven by the fact that every Nova Drift run he ends up in death. I mean, it's nothing but screwing it out.
See, I feel vindicated in your acknowledgement of my failures.
He's vindicated, yeah. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, with your audiobooks, where do you get your audiobooks from?
Audible. Maybe one day they'll be a sponsor.
I was curious about that because Jingles, I watch him all the time, and he does Audible sponsorships like a lot.
Oh. Maybe one day the big boy corporations will let me in on their money schemes.
They're memes.
The memes.
I too am in on the memes. Just kill someone.
Okay.
You did it.
I do poison and I do bleed, and one day I'll do fire.
I do burn. I got just a car ring.
Yeah, but I need my scryo stay off.
Is
I
it a
know.
car or is it a ring? You. Never
It's
mind.
just a car ring.
So it's a ring that you put on a car? I'm confused.
Yes. Look, some people really like their cars, but if you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it.
I saw where it was going, and I hated every second of it. Yeah, Rathbo, they changed up the UI to make it so much better as far as the health stuff is concerned.
Yeah.
As soon as they were previewing it a couple weeks ago in the Discord, I was like, oh, I'm so on board with that. Like the fact that it actually gives you the breakdown of like exactly how much health they'll have, like how much they'll tick for, how much they'll recover. Like it's so good.
Yeah, see if you mouse over it, it gives you everything. The big one is stuff like fire, because bleeding and poison are very self-explanatory. Stuff like fire where you could resist it with elements it was more questionable.
Isn't that a song?
I mean, everything's probably a song. At some point. Somewhere.
Somebody in chat's gonna get that one.
Oh, he healed. What a jerkwad.
What yes.
Make him unheal, Scott.
Purge them of their whatever.
Purge them of their, like, whatever, man.
Whatever, man. What the what?
Purge him of his life.
Yes.
Purge him of his everything.
It's like, now we're getting extra turns, but they're already just dead as soon as their turn starts. So, you know.
Just get rid of all the badness. Everyone's fully healed, but I'll give you a little bit of bless. Just cause.
A little bit of us. A little bit of us. Because he needs that little bit of bless.
I do.
You don't know he's gonna be able to annihilate these two guys. You don't know. You don't know. Okay, maybe you knew.
Hey, look at Divine Ire.
Demolishing
Holy
blow.
Blast is so tempting, but I don't actually do that much bless with my current build.
No, I don't need Blood Rage. We got a battery.
Yeah, if I get more better cards, the next things to go for me are fanaticisms.
More better.
What's more better?
Is that Lana?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of not good rewards. That's what that was.
And that is a lot.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be Alana?
But she's only immune to being marked, so...
I don't care what it says she's immune to. I hate her. I hate her.
You have one bad experience.
Yeah.
Got
What?
one,
It was a terrible experience.
you got
It
one little fight and your
me.
mom got scared. Said you're moving with your auntie and uncle to Bel Air.
No. Just no.
Whistled for a cab when it came near. The license plate said fresh and there was dice in the mirror. If anything, you said this type was weird, but you thought, nah, forget it. Yo, home's to Bel Air. And then you pulled up to the house about 7 or 8. You yelled to the cab, yo, home, smell you later.
Stop.
You looked at your kingdom because you were finally there, sitting on your throne. as the
You're
Prince of
worse than
Bel-Air.
William Shatner. Stop it.
See, and this is why I don't sing, because people... They
You
love
weren't
it.
singing. You were literally just talking the lyrics.
Yeah, I
Stop
know,
it.
because I don't want to sing them.
I could Sanctification Divine Ire, but I think it's better if I Holy Storm Divine Ire.
You need an emote like, ta-da!
You need a ta-ta. Ta-da, Jesus Christ.
Ta-da.
You need a ta-da emote. You need a nailed it emote.
The aristocrats.
I did some damage.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One day I'll have a turn. One day.
Oh, you? Look, man, you're going to be getting a turn before me. I don't want to hear it.
You're Tyner. You're supposed to go last.
I know, which is
It's like-
confuses the hell
Oh,
out of me
and then-
whenever I've gone first.
Right before my turn, she puts up all this flippin' buffer.
Buffer, yeah. And unfortunately, it's hard for you to break through buffer because normally you apply a lot of debuffs, but all those debuffs are dependent on one debuff, which means
Well,
you're
let's
only
add
getting rid
some
of
more
one buffer.
debuffs.
Debuffs.
There we go.
Oh,
I'll,
that
the
was
Slayer.
much better.
I'll punch right through.
Break on through to the other side,
This-
etc., etc.
This fist will pierce the heavens.
Oh my.
I cast fit. Oh my. Okay.
By your own admission, you were not singing. Yes.
Come at me.
Look, I didn't want to get, lodged with like a class action lawsuit for all of the broken earlobes and such if I actually sung.
Uh-huh.
I don't think singing's going to do much to earlobes.
Yeah, ear canals, ears, the hearts and minds of those who had to listen to my tripe.
Uh-huh.
Why don't you do an ultra chatting stream? Most streams are ultra chatting streams.
Yeah. We just play games and chill.
Like I said, at some point in the future, I do plan on doing some sort of podcast situation. I don't know what it would look like yet, but it's something that will eventually happen.
I personally, if I'm going to be chatting, I'd rather be doing it while I'm playing a game. Because just sitting and chatting is like, whatever.
I mean, as long as I have something to chat about, it ain't bad.
Suppose.
Although I was thinking, like, I could have an additional format, like the video game version of Hot Ones, where I bring somebody in to talk to them, but then while they're talking, I give them some sort of random video game task that they haven't prepared for.
Beat the final boss in Dark Souls, even though you haven't started it. Do it now. It's like,
Well, it'd have to be something obtainable in one session, and something that they can't complete early. So it would have to be something like, get a high score in this, where even if they, complete it, then they can just do it again, try to get a better score, or something to that effect.
Or you just sit down and make them, well, you're playing me in a fighting game now.
Beat me once.
God.
Scott, you're going to be my first guest.
Dang it.
So the first
Look, I
podcast
can
is going
sometimes beat you in some games.
so the first podcast is going to be featuring Smash Brothers.
I can beat him in Smash Brothers, like 1 out of 50 times.
The guest that comes on gets to choose the fighting game.
Says who?
It's my show.
I mean, even then... Well, then I'd know what Scott would pick, and then he would actually win. Scott would pick Armored Core.
Yes. I was thinking it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were thinking the same thing, but I'm like, that's definitely what I would do. I can beat him in Armored Core because
That's not a fighting game, so that doesn't
like
work.
I do.
Armored Core...
It has
are fighting.
PvP, but it's not a fighting game.
Yeah, it depends on definition. It's a 3D
I
fighting
mean,
game.
hold on. Isn't there melee weapons in Armored Core?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. And
It
I
could
am
be- it could be
absolutely
a
a
fight.
blade fighter.
It could be a fighting game.
A blighter, as I like to call them.
No.
You're a blighter.
I actually thought it was really funny in Armored Core 5 when I got recruited into a clan, and then they were like, let's have a clan-wide blade fight just for fun. And then I was like, okay, I'm bringing my tank. And they're like, haha, funny joke, get him. And then I killed all of them single-handedly with my tank blader. They were like, what the hell?
They did you the trouble of coming to you.
Yes, that was their mistake.
I hope the next Armored Core game turns out good.
Come
It's
at me one
always
at a
the
time
hope.
or all at once. It makes no difference to me.
My only mech game, or mech franchise of choice is Front Mission.
Front Mission. I am a big Gundam fan, and I'm very much looking forward to Battle Alliance being released. Like, if they do a pre-order for that, I don't care how much it is, I'm buying it.
Oppa Gundam style?
Yes.
Yes.
Up.
Up. Gundam style.
Gundam style. Hey, sexy.
Robot.
See, that's the reason why I stopped before then. You made it weird.
Pep.
the greatest hand in the world.
Or
Man.
tentacle and those looks. Never mind.
Never you mind. Oh, he's already dead.
Jim?
So, I can't hit the other two. So, suppose that'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do. I think I can hit them.
Yeah, see, Scott's always been an Armored Core. Dennis has always been into
Yeah.
Gundam. I'm just like, I like front mission. That's the one I like.
Yeah, Dennis is absolutely going to be playing Battles.
I
Battle
like
Alliance with me.
to I like to get people riled up because most people know From Software for their Souls games, but I was way into From Software long before the Souls games came
Oh,
out because
same.
of Armored Core. So when people start talking about the Souls games, I'm like, From Software has better games like Armored
Yup.
Core. And then people just go crazy.
Oh yeah, of course they do. The fans of those games are a bit fanatical. So
And I like the Souls games, but I'll always be an Armored Core fan.
I'm trying to think, like, what's a series that you like that you wouldn't consider to be popular or mainstream? So for you, it'd probably be Armored Core. I'm trying to think what it'd be for me.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, Gundam is actually not. I mean, in certain places in the world,
I was gonna say, it
yes,
depends on what country you're in.
Specifically Japan, but being in America, it is absolutely in the minority.
By that standard, for me, it's Dragon Quest because Dragon Quest is definitely not the most popular RPG series over here. But in Japan, it's a very different story.
oh yeah,
Fair enough. Interestingly enough, Scott, did you play Dragon Quest Swords?
Dragon Quest Swords?
At least I think it was. At least I think it was called Swords. Yeah, it was.
I actually
That's-
don't know if I've heard of that one.
That was on the.
You call yourself a fan.
Clearly, I'm not.
I'm trying to remember what system that was on. I think it might have been the.
Up and down?
Wii.
Was it the Wii?
Ooh.
Yes, it was the Wii.
Thank you.
Dragon's Dogma was pretty good. Ever Red Eagle. I like that game
Yeah.
a lot. Oh,
You ought to ought the ought and ought.
freaking, why can I not think of the title now?
What?
I don't know.
Describe it.
Scott, Xbox RPG,
Lost Odyssey.
Lost
Lost
Odyssey.
Odyssey. Yeah.
That
Lost
game-
Odyssey was one of the best RPGs
Yeah,
ever made.
it was.
Fight me.
I agree. That was amazing. And in fact, I think that was the only Xbox thing because during that time they had the achievements. I think that was the only game that had an achievement that was worth 1 point.
All I know is that I just want to play that game again, and it's increasingly more
Yeah.
difficult.
Yep. Look, I've still got my Xbox 360 set up. I actually still use it occasionally, and I've got my copy of Lost Odyssey.
I have that. I have that game too. It's sitting somewhere in the house. I know it's somewhere.
We should totally start a run of that, but we still got a run of
We
Front
should.
Mission 4 that we still got to finish
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we still need to finish Front Mission 4.
It's just time is such a
But-
premium.
Yeah.
Even without him having a job anymore, it's still at a premium.
And then once we
I work
finish
more
our
now.
and then once we finish our run of Front Mission 4, it'll have been so long since we played Front Mission 3. that we need to play that again.
Yes. Oh, I want these 1 and 2 remasters to go well, so
Yeah.
they're just like we need to remake 3, and then
I want that so bad.
I will go to the local GameStop and I will break in. I'll just be like, give me it now. This is a stick up. I want 1 copy of Front Mission 3
you just-
remaster.
Shut up and take my money.
Nah,
He's just-
they'll just skip and remake Left Alive.
Lee
dare you.
just Lee just busts through like the glass like wall or glass window there that they have at the front. Just busts through it all like Kool-Aid Man style. Like, give it to me. You're like,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah.
I would totally do that. Also, apparently Lost Odyssey's on PC. Interesting.
It is.
Very interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wait, hold on, wait.
He's like, hold on.
Hold the phone
Everybody,
here.
hold on.
Hold the phone here. Let's go to this. Let's see
Wait.
here.
I'm sorry, my phone's back there. I was gonna hold it, but it's all the way over there.
Well, it's not on Steam, so it must be something else. Maybe
Xbox gaming something or other, probably.
yeah, it could actually be on the Windows
Checking.
Store.
I'm checking the Game Pass.
Windows Store, Microsoft Store. Lost.
It's not on Game Pass.
No, it's not there. What the heck?
Nah.
And yet I see stories. Why do we still have no PC port of Lost Odyssey?
I feel like we're being bamboozled here.
Yeah,
We are
I
being
feel like we
bamboozled.
are too, because I'm looking at Lost Odyssey and it's just it's still only
whoever-
acknowledged as being on the 360.
Whoever decided to bamboozle us, that gets a timeout.
How's it going, mighty Odin?
Oh, also, Scott, speaking of
Faint.
things...
You have some splaining to do.
Speaking of things that you all meant to do and hasn't happened, I'm still waiting on that that Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough.
Would love to, but James is a little busy these days for some reason.
Ah,
Why don't you play a good game?
How dare you?
shut your whore mouth.
I know I'm in the minority that I just... it was
Not,
okay.
not even just in the minority, but you're in the presence of the most die-hard Final Fantasy Tactics fan that ever lived. It's literally my favorite game.
Yeah, I would say normally I'd say that's hyperbole, but I actually think it might not be. hit the middle guy, and then watch the just. Well, now as soon as they start their turn, they die.
Yep.
If they get another turn.
Your favorite Final Fantasy is 3. That's not one I hear very often.
Yeah,
I have
that
not-
one was... It
Do
was
they-
not a bad game per se, but it definitely had some issues that were very off-putting for a lot of people, myself included.
Do they mean the actual 3 or the American 3?
That's a good
Oh,
point.
That's a good
That's a
point.
very good point.
Are you living in the past
Well, hold
You
on,
know,
wait. What was the American
2
three?
decades ago?
American 3 was 6.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Which was one of the best ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
it
say.
was.
So if by 3 he means 6, then we are in agreement. If by 3 he means 3, then I mean I still respect it because I don't hear that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Were the main characters a bunch of onion kids, or did they
Yeah.
have names like Terra and Celis?
Was it on the Super
Do I
Nintendo?
take another mind visions?
I mean,
I could replace one of my fanaticisms with more mind visions.
I mean,
Mind bullets.
mind bullets.
That's telekinesis, Kyle.
Yeah, we kind of stalled on it, but Furos and I have been doing I got the entire 1 through 6 pixel remaster of Final Fantasy. We finished the first one, and now we're kind of at the beginning of the second one. So,
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about actual Final Fantasy 3.
Okay.
3.
And also lingering drama. I don't think this game is heading to mobile or console. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Who knows? I could see this easily ending up on Switch.
You know, yeah, if it goes on the Switch, then that's technically mobile. But then again, like, any game is mobile if you're dedicated enough. Yeah, my favorite Final Fantasies in order, of the numbered ones, I should point out, is 6, then 9, then 7, I think. And I am also of the firm opinion that they haven't made a good numbered Final Fantasy since 9.
You didn't get far enough into 14.
I
but
still
that's-
argue to
I'm
some degree that 12 was good, but I admit
in-
that
kind
was
of
a
in the
very
minority.
polarized game, so I know that's not like super popular of an opinion, but I loved 12.
But I would forgive if somebody doesn't say 14. I would forgive that just simply because that is a huge time investment to get the most out of it. But if you can invest the time in it, it is
Yeah.
amazing.
It's also
Because it's
not
an-
a classic.
Yeah,
RPG,
because
it's
it's an MMO,
True.
it's technically a different category, so
I will
there's
admit it
that.
shouldn't have been called 14. It should have been more like Final
Mm.
Fantasy Online 2. But then again, the first Final Fantasy was
I could have
11.
did that one before, but I'm actually...
Oh, the first
Yeah.
Final Fantasy was 1.
Shut up.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of 10, mainly because of the characters and the fact that that was the first Final Fantasy that started more railroading the cast. Like, once, like, 7 and 8 and 9 were so wide open, and then 10 was, you're going here now, and now you're going here. And
Yeah.
I also just, I disliked so many of the characters. I think that the combat system was really good. I think that the sphere grid was neat. But when it comes to the story elements and the fact that you're so railroaded, that's why I didn't like 10 very much.
I mean, that's fair. I suppose that it's not like I really did like 10, but I'm a simpleton in the fact that I liked 10 just from the simple fact that that was the first Final Fantasy where the summons didn't just come in, do their thing, and then they left. They actually stuck around.
Yeah. Like I said, like, the combat in that game was neat. But for, like, as an RPG guy, I need to be invested in the
Yeah.
story. Like,
That's, like I said, that's fair enough. Like, for that reason, like, the Final Fantasy have always been, like, part combat, or part combat system, part story. And if the both of them don't line up, then it's not a particularly good game.
Oh, this is a hand.
For me, it's more a matter of the Final Fantasy games have been venturing farther and farther away from fantasy.
yeah.
Like, when I look at 15, it's like, I don't want to play a game about a bunch of guys driving around in a car.
Fair enough.
Well, that one. How do I feel about that one? I thought that the story was good with that. I didn't play it. I just watched somebody else do a playthrough of it, and I think that if you're not really interested in, you know, dealing with the system that is in Final Fantasy 15, just watch somebody do a playthrough of it, and you'll get pretty much the most out of it that you could hope to get out of it.
Another thing I'd say is just, if you look at it from an aesthetics point of view, I think that I like my Final Fantasies with a good combination of, like, magic and steampunk. And
Yeah,
the games,
I'm much more with that.
the games that I said that I liked, 6, 9, and 7, have a lot of that going on, whereas
Oh, yeah.
they either go one of two different directions. It's either, like, super fantasy without too much steampunk, or it's just all technology, modern conveniences with very little, like, you know, neat magic stuff.
Yeah, the whole magic.
I quite liked
liked
7 Remake. In fact, I think James still has my copy of 7 Remake, and I need to get it from him, which either means that he needs to mail it from Georgia, or far more likely, I'm going to have to drive down there and get it my dang self.
Oh dang, man!
Break his kneecaps.
Well, I will say I also have the FF7 remake, which I enjoyed quite a lot. But if you really had the urge to play it again, you can always borrow mine.
The urge to herbal.
I still want to watch you do a playthrough of that. And I think
I'm
we
waiting
talked
for it
about
to
it
go
at
on
one-
sale.
Just be careful about your save file.
Extra careful.
That's why I can't have nice things.
You're letting them have tabula rasa for this amount of money and shards?
Look, as long as you kill him, it's fine.
Yeah,
And
I
also,
ain't doing shit to them.
he's going before me, so I don't give a shit.
He's going after me, which is bad. But whatever, man.
Well,
Oh,
it
never mind.
is-
We're good.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is going to get
He's
rid of
gonna
that.
dispel all of that evasion and haste.
Ta-da!
What a pro! See, and this is
Bad
what,
skills.
and this is why I never mind getting the Tabula Rasa one, because the AI is just so herp-de-derp that stuff like that happens. And yes, I am looking forward to the sequel of FF7 Remake, because it was clear from the onslaught, but then by the end, you're quite positive that this is it's called a remake, but that was just to get you in.
It just be another 10 years or so before it finally comes out.
Well, I know we talked about you doing Final Fantasy VII Remake as, like, I don't know, either a stream or channel thing. I can't remember what you said about that.
If I did it at all, it would be a stream, because I did the demo way back when the demo was first released on the channel, and it got an incredibly mild reception. Because unfortunately, if I am not playing roguelikes by and large, many people don't care.
Yeah. I would still like it. I would still like to see it because, again, I never finished the original Final Fantasy VII. Like, just watching the remake of it would be just fine for me.
Well, you're prepared to be disappointed, because they're very different games.
Oh, very much so.
It's whatever. I know that they like there are similarities, but then they did some like key changes, namely like cause it was in the demo, namely when they do the whole Mako reactor thing. It's like, oh, their bomb actually didn't do shit. Turns out Shinra actually blew it up themselves.
There's
Tip of the iceberg.
yeah, like that's like if you're going into like you know, the Burj Khalifa, that's like floor 1.
Yeah, I would just set up Steel Forge.
And then repair your armor. Or his, I guess.
So
Look,
Yeah,
he had weakness. I didn't want him to get hurt.
But Steel Forge can only activate if you block, and you can't block if you have no block.
although it was pointless for him to use it on himself because he didn't have Fortify.
Oh,
I think it had gotten purged.
Well, in that case, then me.
I totally knew that was going to happen, and I wasn't actually just.
And King Bradley, I appreciate that you would care, but not enough people would care. Unless you want to watch my videos like 2,000 times each.
Yeah, unfortunately, most people on the channel are like Nova Drift or bust.
I will say
I know,
that
there's rounds.
yeah, like
Or rounds, I guess.
on average, other video view counts are going up, and Nova Drift is slowing down. It's starting to even out, but I do know that
Which
a
is
lot of
good
people.
news.
Yeah, it is good news, but a lot of people are here mainly for the Nova content.
Because watching you panic dealing with bananas all of a sudden is fun.
King Bradley, am I not enough for you? I'm sorry. It's not you.
Not
It's
entertained.
not you. It's me.
It's not you, it's them.
I mean, yes, actually.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you should try to kill that spider to make the spider.
Well, I
go
just
away.
figure the Pyromancer still has the courage buffs, so he's less likely to
Spider has the tabula rasa.
take enough
Yeah,
damage.
that's the
But-
problem.
oh, he does.
Yeah. That's the issue.
Sight beyond sight. You can tell who has the tabula rasa. Actually, I think you'd be able to
Yeah, I
tell who has
wasn't
the
paying
tabula
attention to
rasa
that.
anyways.
Yeah, if you'd hit him
almost
if
enough.
you'd hit him with the card before that,
Yeah.
then he would have died.
I messed up. I wasn't paying attention.
Ha
Oh! Oh, my holy
Yay!
retribution! I calculated!
ha!
I knew that was going to happen. And,
See? I planned it perfectly.
Bullshit.
Gazoon
Look,
time.
sight beyond sight, I knew he was gonna do that.
You knew he was gonna do it anyways.
So I guess we
Finally
just-
got far enough back in the archive that I get the banana joke now. That is pretty far back.
It's far back, man.
far out, dude.
Righteous. Electrocute.
As a German, I'm offended by how convincing that Gesundheit was. I can remove some cards. Ah, you're down to a 7%. You're down to a 7%. I remember when you were so good at this.
I missed the horseshoe.
Well,
What a pro!
well,
My
well.
one healing
well.
spell.
That happened.
Ain't even mad.
As sad as it is, I'm tempted to remove my holy storm.
As sad as it is, I picked up this Mind Visions, and I think that's probably one of the next things I'm going to get rid of. You've gone through and watched the entire Novadrift playlist 2 times now. Whew.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot of Nova Drift.
I have
was-
done that. I have done that too, but that was whenever there was significantly less Nova Drift videos.
Well, he also says it makes excellent background noise, so it's
Yeah,
not like
that
watching.
it
Another card removal? I mean, I can use another card removal.
It's up to you.
I have
It's-
1 hour.
This is. Ooh.
Alright, well, fine. We'll just speed along then. Mr. Obligations and Responsibilities.
Zip zop zippity bop.
Alright, Ghost Dad. I watch like 5 creators. You guys could be 2 of them. Thank you for the follow, Lingering Drama.
I don't want the drama to linger.
Half of the Nova Drift playlist is a podcast once you remove the gameplay. That is true.
I'm not gonna lie. Of all the times that I've watched all the however many playthroughs I've watched on their channel, it has been as background noise to whatever I've been playing. But like I always had to have background noise, so
We're good at being background banter.
background banter.
Well, we're gonna rebrand the whole channel. That's what we're gonna call ourselves now.
Yep, it is now background banter. Ultra chatter.
Although Simon's immune to poison, so I guess I'll focus on him.
Yeah, that does take away some of my damage. Because if I can't poison, I can't bleed. Well, I
Hey,
guess
guess what he's
I
dead.
guess you took care of that.
There you go. You did it.
And I'll dispel all of that nonsense. I'm doing work.
To work.
Dork.
All right, I need my glaze. That wasn't a glaze.
That was not it.
Hold
It's the
on.
wrong. You chose poorly.
No, no glaze.
No donuts for you. Well, you get donuts, but they're just cake donuts, the kind that nobody likes.
I like cake donuts.
The kind that nobody likes.
Raise your hand if you saw that one coming.
Both of my hands are in the air.
And he's waving them around like he just don't care.
Don't care. Yeah, hit him. Make him bleed.
And now, as soon as they take their turns, they all die.
Yay.
Oh, you're getting some hate from chat saying that cake donuts are great.
Oh well.
That's nice.
And I may have asked this before, but it's always a good litmus test of, personality. What's your favorite type of donut?
Shit.
Boston cream.
Well, Scott has the correct answer, so what do you guys say?
Bagel.
That's not a donut.
What?
Amen.
Got a hole in the minute. It's made of dough. It's a donut.
It's got a hole in the minute.
Hold a minute.
Is not a donut. It's got to be sweet to be a donut. If that donut was made at the Subway, then maybe.
I'm not entirely for sure I'd ever get any donuts made by Subway.
Well, the joke with that is
Yeah.
that in Europe they had to
Yeah.
reclassify their bread because it had too much sugar in it.
Yup.
Ugh. Funnily enough,
they
hold on.
don't consider
Funnily
it bread.
enough, here's another story for you from the Air Force, and this was back whenever I was in basic. They told us that they used to have like sugar shakers at the tables, and they had to remove those because what the recruits were doing is they were taking pieces. They were taking like they get just bread. They were taking 2 pieces of bread. They would just pour all the sugar on one of them and then put them together and eat it. They called it the Lackland donut.
It's a sugar sandwich. I mean, if you toasted the bread and then put some butter and then maybe a little bit of salt, or not salt, sugar and cinnamon, that's a good time right there.
Yeah, that would actually be good. But I mean, they did what they could with what they had, so that's
Yeah.
the reason why they had to remove that nonsense.
Also,
Oh, there's
because I haven't said it yet, since it's, I really appreciate all the battery prioritization because my deck is so expensive it's hard to function without that help.
Uh-huh. When I do mana battery, I lean hard into mana battery.
Scott, slow them down.
He leans hard into it.
I mean, I will.
So that sounds like an interesting video for later. The Victorian fetish kink cult that developed a video game.
A fan of, was it Larry Bundy?
Larry Bundy.
Yep. A man of culture, I see.
Oh, yes.
I was going to Sanctification Divine Ire.
I've been watching Larry Bundy since he was way back when he was on Channel Awesome before they imploded into nonsense.
He still might be on there because I think he was going for, like, trying to be the last one standing.
This is a bit of a sad hand here.
He says with 4 mind visions.
No, the sad
I mean,
hands were
I
earlier
get
in the
it,
run.
but-
God, he's become so massive. He's imploded on himself
That
like a
is
neutron
not
star.
a small amount of nonsense.
But it's not a large amount of nonsense either. What
You
items
need
do
to
I?
work on that.
What items do I have? I have the Spider Queen Eye to do poison, and then I have the Viper Ring, which turns my poison into bleed. And I just need... I have a Raven Staff because it's good. I need to get a Scryer Staff so that I can do fire. Although, if I don't get the Scryer Staff, the Raven Staff is fine because it just means I'm doing more poison and more bleed. And that's acceptable. And then my armor is just like a nothing at the moment.
No, you. Get rid of that.
Live a couple miles from a big orchard. I live a couple of miles from a really awesome dairy farm, but I haven't been there since I was a kid. And every time I pass it, I'm like, I should go back there and, get some stuff. And then I never do because I'm either not in the area or I'm just too busy. This is Fish Family Farm.
We actually have an orchard nearby where I live, and I remember going there when I was in kindergarten, and I've never been there since.
I did. Damn it.
I knew you had it in you.
Matriarch is not having a good day.
She seems fine.
I don't feel
Well, let's fix that then.
With the power of light and goodness, I will kill you.
Oh, I didn't realize that he was Sailor Moon. This fight's over, isn't it?
Yes.
Nah.
Very
No,
much
it's
so.
still going.
You don't even know.
I think I can pad my numbers more if I do.
Time constraint, Scott.
Look, it only took me a half a second.
Those half a seconds add up.
It was half a second too long.
Push forward.
I could take another celestial, but no.
Ooh, should I get that push forward? Yes or no?
I'm gonna say yes. Now that it's a defense card, I forgot that they made it a defense card.
Yeah, that's actually quite good.
It used to be a
Oh, yeah.
skill, and I was just like, oh man.
Oh man.
Also, yes, she could use some comfort pizza now that she's dead.
Some pizza?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's hard to use pizza when you're dead.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
I don't know. I think that Death would have a word with that. I'm pretty sure he's eating pizza out of that fridge. No.
I've been dead inside for years. I enjoy pizza.
Yum.
I know, great healing, right? Look, my Sanctify does the healing. If you look at the combat stats, I actually do have top healing.
I'm not that far behind.
Yeah, we're both healing through offense. We're both using debuffs to heal the party.
Look,
Healing through violence.
it's the only way to fly.
That sounds like kind of self-therapy. Healing through violence.
Yes. Also sounds like
Just
an
get-
excellent album name.
Or it's just a band name.
Yeah. Well, it could be a self-titled album. Violent healing sounds like my kind of therapy.
I mean, it's like you get pissed off at work and then you go home and get onto Call of Duty. There you go. Healing through violence.
I was gonna say, before the Call of Duty thing, I thought you were talking about the whole plot to the movie Fight Club.
We don't talk about Fight Club. God.
See, I missed the first meeting. Did I miss anything important about Fight Club? The meeting about Fight Club? I don't know if you caught it at the Fight Club meeting.
Probably one of the few people that's never seen that.
I saw it once and I actually didn't care for it.
I actually didn't see it.
There's a very good
What?
chance that I'm the only one here that's seen it, which is strange.
No, I've seen it. I liked it.
Oh, okay.
I just don't talk about it.
Why not?
Yeah, again, I came in a little late to the movie. Why did you not want to talk about Fight Club? What about Fight Club?
Oh,
Stop it.
is this thing on?
No one's talking to me about Fight Club.
Push forward.
Yeah, I like Entrench.
Everything's stuck. No. Trench is actually better.
And you could spike up them shields. In chat, just never saw it, started it, and didn't finish it.
such an old movie. I had other things I wanted to watch more.
Apparently, I'm really in the minority of liking Fight Club.
I've
I
watched
didn't
all
think I
6
was.
Sharknado movies, but I've never seen Fight Club.
That's a statement.
Yup.
That was a whole lot
all
of
right.
just stuff.
Hold on. Wait, we're not done yet.
Your other boon.
I ain't getting off this ride yet.
Are you?
Ain't no getting off of this train we're on.
Don't need money, don't need fame, something. Back to the Future
Throw Lee
song.
from the train.
With any luck. Well, I did some things.
Yeah?
Nothing useful, but, well.
Damn.
I mean, it is me we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's fine, we didn't need that.
I needed it. There's 1 or 2 scrolls available.
It's a bit of card draw that he's doing here. Just a little bit. And he drew back into it. Of course.
I was just gonna commend you about how good of a battery you were, but now I'm not sure if I can.
Look, he got me to full energy. That's all that matters.
Yeah, me too. Look, I feel great.
And to be fair, we are the battery priorities.
I've got an
Even though
attack.
technically the robot is the one that should need the batteries.
Well,
Bap!
he's solar powered.
Oh, shut up. I actually can't do anything
He's a
else. if I'm
hybrid.
gonna
He's
be
like a
doing
Prius.
Bouncing shield.
You can reinforce and then bouncing shield.
I have to reinforce. But if I'm going to be using bouncing shield, it's going to be reinforced bouncing shield. Oh, they're
Get
gonna
'em.
They're all dead, anyways.
Yeah, hit the front one. That's the only meaningful damage that there is.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Oh!
If only I drew a mind vision.
If only. But
I'm sure you don't
But
mind.
clearly you don't. But clearly, we don't live in a world where you could possibly do that.
Scott, I don't know if you can take on these ferocious beasts.
I think they've got me. There's nothing I can do.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna call it then and take off. You guys have a good one.
They're dead.
Thankfully, they surrendered peacefully.
Aha.
That's what we'll call it.
They are unconscious.
Do it yourself.
No, we're trying to not screw each other over.
This time. Rare equipment shot with 30% discount.
Oh, we got a champion from Act 4.
Oh,
Good.
yeah. I think that's Graham. Yeah. I don't like Graham.
Is he a king? King Graham?
Is he a cracker?
I mean, King Graham
Graham
kind of
Cracker.
was, yeah. King's Quest. Ken and Roberta Williams came out of retirement to remake an old adventure game in VR. I don't know too much of the details about it, but the game that inspired Roberta Williams to get into the computer games and essentially invent computer graphics. She's remaking it in VR. I wonder if my chat did a weird thing, because I see people talking and then afterwards it just said welcome to the chat room, like I left for some reason.
You were never there to begin with.
I think VR could be an interesting environment for adventure games.
Hard pass.
I mean,
Haha!
depends on your definition of adventure, because there are games like Boneworks that exist, and I would argue that that's an adventure game.
Yeah, but that's more of like an action adventure game. I'm thinking more like along the lines of like the point and click adventure kind of thing.
Oh, I mean, point and
Also-
click. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work out.
Somehow didn't save that fiend.
Also, favorite anime go? That's a loaded question. Because I like many of them.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
too many to pick out one specific favorite. Like I could name off like top 3.
I could. Let's see.
Best favorite anime character, Nina from Full Metal Alchemist, when she's a Chimera.
Stop it.
Stop. Get some help. I guess we're just gonna do a couple of these, and maybe one of those.
Just do this and that, no, this, that.
She's her own best friend.
You're a bad person.
It's just as long as you know.
So she's like a Mog.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, best anime series. I can give you like a range, because what I like and dislike at any given time is different. Growing up, my favorite anime was Ranma 1/2. On my top list now, currently running is My Hero Academia. I like a lot. And then there's Trigun, which was excellent. There's Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, more specifically. Hajime no Ippo, I was a big fan of. There's the Terror Ring. Too late
There's
now.
the Terror Ring.
Too late for me now. And I want my speed to go up, not down, so I don't want to grab my
I
thumbnail.
wish they would
There is
do
Porcupine.
another version of Trigun that followed the manga more closely.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of any other ones that I'm leaving off here.
Two of my bigger ones in recent time is One Punch Man, of course,
Yeah,
and
One Punch Man's excellent.
Mob Psycho 100.
That one I watched a little bit. I couldn't get into it as much, but it wasn't bad. I liked the first season of Sword Art. It got a little weird after that. But I always said if I was put in a similar situation, you can tell me about the whole death game aspect of it, and I would still go in on purpose. Because that means that everyone is playing that game super seriously, and they're playing it to win, and that's the kind of environment that I want.
I'm working my way through Overlord again because of the new season coming out. Assassination Classroom is another excellent one.
Yeah, King Bradley, I'm also a manga guy, so I'm up to date when it comes to My Hero as well, along with One Punch Man and a bunch of other ones, and then some like webcomics and stuff.
I have not seen any sort of anything resembling recent animes, because I just don't watch animes because I don't have any sort of streaming service and I don't watch TV.
That's where
But-
someone like me is handy.
But for stuff that I used to watch, Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, and Yu Yu Hakusho. I really liked Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yu Yu Hakusho was good. I watched a lot of that when I was a kid.
That was back during the days of Saturday anime on Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah, I suppose this will do.
there's the whole Galaxy Railways universe that it was like split into several different things, and I'd really like to go back and watch those things and put the pieces together, like Captain Harlock, Queen Esmeralda, Galaxy Express 999.
Did I ever watch Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans? I did, and that's actually one of my more favorite Gundam series. I really liked Iron-Blooded Orphans. That said, should point out that I'm also the weirdo that says that the only series to do Gundam controls even remotely accurately for how nimble the Gundams are is G Gundam. Because there's no way you could sit in a chair and pull levers to make a Gundam do what it does without having like some kind of full body motion motion capture stuff.
Yeah, the range of motion that those Gundams have is way too detailed and sort of finicky to be controlled with levers and buttons. That's why I kind of liked Escaflowne, because that had a good feel to it for the controls to it, how he was actually like strapped in, and the Guy Melifs were actually based on their motion, but were similarly kind of slow as a result of the fact that they are trying to control a giant mecha suit.
Yeah.
Now, what would you think about the controls for Big O?
I mean, it's similar to Gundam. He sits in a chair and does stuff.
But,
Yeah, but
that one's not as nimble.
Yeah, that was not as nimble. Big O is like kind of big and clunky, even though it does like some really trippy stuff.
Yeah, I think if there's a base AI that it works from, then it theoretically could be a thing. But also, like, Big O as a series had other story issues where talking about the mechanics of the suit like doesn't even apply.
Yeah, the second they added that next season, just An interesting one I watched lately was Inuyashiki, Last Hero.
Excellent.
I guess
He's dead.
He dies. If he dies, he dies.
Yay, you can kill him.
Alright, you can throw a shield at him.
Oh, now I want to watch Rocky 4. It's been a while.
Use your repair armor first. Pad your numbers.
Yeah, repair armor, throw shield, done.
Yep.
Just bouncing shield.
Bounce that shield.
That's what I was going for, but there were so many cards there. Oh, I get two choices here. Second one.
Oh, well.
Oh, that is a... Oh, no! He got the first one!
I'm beating you in meditates.
Okay, Titanfall or Second Win?
Both are excellent options.
Pick one.
If you're going actual, like, full tank style, Second Wind.
Second Wind.
Alright. King Predator is just like Titanfall.
I would get into Titanfall, specifically Titanfall 2, if it had a PvP. I know that the first Titanfall had like co-op mode, sort of a wave survival thing, but I don't think that there is one or hasn't been one made for Titanfall 2. If I'm wrong, tell me. I would like, if there is a co-op / PvE mode for it, I would totally get into Titanfall 2.
Alright, we're in speedrunner mode. We got like a half an hour
Yep.
to do Act 4.
Go, go, go. Scryer staff!
It's right there.
God.
And I'll buy it.
It sucks getting rid of the Raven staff, but I think for what I'm doing, it's thematically appropriate.
Oh, and I found a holy hammer. That's what I wanted.
Now I just need a good armor. Oh, hey, look, another Raven staff. I could just get like steadfast boots or something, just something for some speed. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Oh, well, I was debating between the Steadfast Boost and the Stainless Cuirass, but now I'm no longer debating.
Well, there you go. You're welcome.
My decision has been made.
I simplified things.
I think this extra Mind Vision has to go. And I think this last Fanaticism's gonna go. Alright, I'm done. I played a bit of Titanfall 1. North's got cooler stuff. No. And I did enjoy Titanfall. I thought it was kind of neat. Back in those days, I was big into playing Call of Duty games before they all got bad. But I like my arcade shooters. And when it comes to games like that, I'm not generally that interested in any single player campaigns. I'm just doing it to play online. PvPs. Oh my god, I'm faster than somebody.
Faster than two of us.
Oh, what an exciting time to be alive.
Faster than Hyder's not much of a accomplishment.
Hey, for Nezgalak's
But you know-
luck.
You know what is an accomplishment? I'm technically slower than Heiner.
Yeah, that's more impressive.
Nothing
And
like
I used
going
to be
through...
much faster, but I took a big swing by replacing my cloak of agility with the stainless cuirass, decreasing my essential first turn speed by like 7.
Can I kill this guy before he takes his turn?
You can certainly try, and I think you
Oh,
can.
yes, I
Yeah,
can.
for sure. In fact, you might be able to do that. Probably better not
yeah.
to chance it, but
Yeah, I'm just gonna... There, now he's super dead with a side of dead.
and now you can still mind vision someone
Yeah.
else for some serious damage.
Eeny, meeny, miny, you.
I like you getting him because he has holy resistance.
I am the debuff king.
And you have also set me up for a good holy fire.
Oh
which,
yeah, you run Holy Fire. I forgot. That's not bad.
Yeah, I picked it up very recently, and then when you got the Scryer staff, it just made it even better, which was part of the reason I went for the swing and speed. Because if I go first, Holy Fire isn't that good, because I apply burn, but not in massive quantities.
Yeah.
But I know you will apply a lot of it, so...
Your bros love the new and old Modern Warfare. I liked Modern Warfare when it was like... Modern Warfare 2 is when I really got into it. I played a lot of the Black Ops games. It started going to like future tech stuff, and I didn't care for that very much. And then they'd go like old World War I, World War II, and I didn't care for that very much. I liked just current modern era, not in the future, not in the past. But that got like out of vogue, I guess.
I think I'm probably in the minority that I actually liked Infinity Warfare, or whatever. I can't remember the name of that now. It was basically Earth versus Mars.
Okay.
And by Mars, I mean what it was a time when we had colonized Mars, so there was basically Mars was like their own like sovereignty, and they were not happy with Earth or whatever, and they decided to attack us, etc., etc.
Sure.
It was certainly dark though, for sure.
Yeah, Infinity Warfare.
Infinity Warfare. Thank you.
No future tech in the new Modern Warfare. That was okay. Yeah, I heard that the most recent one was, like, it looked all right. Ooh,
Ow!
you're taking some
Oh
hits.
damn. What happened?
Stop getting got.
The asshole in the back there did an attack that was based on the amount of fucking burn that he has.
The bead man hurt me. Yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah, fiery shield, and it's repeat 2 when you're taunting. So it was all just massive amount of upfront fire damage in your face.
There. Now they're all standing. I'll give you the maximum amount of healing, but they're all dead.
They're all standing, but they're all dead.
Yeah, there's also the fact that I don't really buy AAA games anymore, both because I don't have the time or the money or the time or the money or the time or the money. God damn it!
You know,
Scott!
you know that time.
This is rigged! Scott's paid off the dev team. Oh shoot, actually. Let's fix the problem
Do we
before it's a
wanna
problem.
Or accessories?
Yes.
I feel like we have pretty weak accessories, with the exception of Spider Queen Eye.
Okay. It was
I'm just.
Come on.
it was 2 o'clock and I didn't set today's video to be released, and I was just like, oh god.
Way to go.
I got it just in time. It's fine.
Could be something good. I hope, please.
Cloud Song.
Cloud Song is good. I would certainly use that because cost is a problem in my deck. In fact, that
hold
would
on.
be amazing.
You know what?
Viper, take the broken item.
I got it. I got it. I knew it. I knew where that was going. I'm like, I'm gonna get
so-
this unlocked.
I have no
You don't mind
desire.
if I take the Cloud Song because that's so good for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say you had the coin that was doing nothing for us anymore. So,
Yeah.
have I read Kaiju number 8? I have not.
Kaiju number 8 sounds familiar. I think I saw something on Steam about that. No. No, it was a I think it was a webcomic thing. Either that or it was a manga that I saw at work. One of the three.
You always draw that Noxious Eruption in your opening hand, and that's like the one time you don't want it.
That's how it goes.
Yep.
It's monster fighting, but without mechs. Okay. Well, I mean, it's got kaiju in the name. You have certain expectations.
I mean, if you're going with that, then Heroic Age is a good anime.
Monster fighting without mechs, so it's Godzilla.
Well, Godzilla's a kaiju.
Exactly.
Gojira!
There's the combo, and all of your boons.
There's the combo. Here comes the wombo.
And then just, yeah, there we go. And then we put the expected prophecy back.
And then you play the cards.
Oh, those thorns.
Yeah, I'll heal it.
And then
back
I would
one.
try to get the back guy if you can.
He's immune to poison. Which means that me hitting him is a
So
little
he
sad.
is. What a jerk.
I'll still do it. It's like I can still hurt him pretty bad.
Yeah, and now I should be able to finish him off, no problem.
And then I'll heal right back
Which is
to
good
full.
because otherwise, if he'd gotten his turn, that transcendence would have just been profound sadness.
Yeah, that's why I put as much damage into him as I could, even if it was inefficient.
No.
I think you should hit the gunner with the bolas.
Yeah. Yeah,
of
that,
course you do
that. Look, that's fine.
That's gonna hurt a lot.
I mean, you're
I'm not
Heiner,
sure.
you
I'm
have
not sure I want to do that.
57% piercing resistance.
Well, I
Yeah.
guess it didn't hurt as much as I thought it was going to.
I'll say you got that in rage. Hey, Steel Forge.
Very nice.
Yeah, Steel Forge and Trench. Can't go wrong with that.
Ta-da!
Alright, Scott, get him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him. Oh, Cloud Song. Already making me happy.
Giggity.
Hey Scott, can you do me a solid and get rid of all this crazy?
Oh, that is a little bit of crazy. Mass dispel. I can mass dispel though. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like that's the one thing with my wombo combo. I get a little on the crazy side.
I mean, look at that face.
But thankfully, the crazy doesn't kill me.
That is important.
Crazy doesn't kill me.
What doesn't kill you makes you crazy. Just, yeah.
And also, I had removed all their fortify, so haha. Except for the gunner, couldn't get his.
Oh no. 20 guard, whatever will you do against that?
What is the anti-madness armor? If in the Swamp Act, you go to the upper right part of the map, there's a fisherman boss there. And one of the things that he drops is an armor that makes you immune to insanity.
Yep, it's called the Hypno Shell.
Yes.
It also increases your shield charges by 6 and block by 3. So it's a fairly good armor for Otis as well.
That was the choice that dude made. He gave you all so much armor.
Yeah. And now they're going to have so much dead. Oh, look, it's my entire deck.
Yep.
How about
Sure
that?
is.
Play the cards.
Uh,
You have plenty of block.
yeah, I guess I don't need every mind vision, so I can play the 2 clairvoyances.
And you have so much block that piercing doesn't even, or the thorns don't matter.
Yeah. That one dude decided to hit me and do no damage to me and give you all a lot of armor.
Oh, bouncing shield for the finisher.
Yep, double up. Oh yeah,
Spike shield,
spike
repair
shield.
armor,
Yep.
and then reinforced bouncing shield. Kaboom.
Boosh.
A casual 1334.
Look, I know that I'm not going to come anywhere close to being like the highest damage dealer, but that is the most damage in a single shot so far.
But Lee, look at all that celestial brilliance you could have had.
I saw the epics and I'm like, but maybe. And then, man.
Again, with the whole
Thank you for the ring no one is going to keep.
And then we just huck it straight over the side into
Actually,
the
it's not bad for Heiner.
Oh, well.
Never mind. I mean, not that it's important. It's whatever.
He's like, I heard huck it over the side.
So that's what I'm doing.
Bap.
Bap.
Again, noxious corruption in the opening hand. Game, stop it.
Stop it.
The game is like, look, I know you want this card.
Come on, you know you want it.
In boss fights, it's going to, even if it's in the opening hand, it'll come back around.
Yeah.
Also, just pointing it out there, I think we're gonna run out of time here.
Yeah, I am trying.
Very probably.
I am trying to hurry up, but worst case scenario, then we'll drag him across the finish line as a meat puppet.
Yeah.
A Muppet?
No, that's copyrighted. Yes, it was Coke Zero. Same great taste, none of the calories. Why do you sound so defeated?
Never mind.
Doesn't matter, because I'm going to be doing it again. Yeah, I'll put you back. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Okay.
The one general problem is if you drag me across the finish line, will I be able to continue up the difficulty challenges with y'all since I didn't beat it?
I guess technically you won't. You'll have to. Look, isn't this. Just find time to do another run with you off stream or something. Or we'll just go super fast and we'll finish it before you have to go.
I am trying to hurry up my turns.
Yeah, we need to just play the cards, click the buttons.
Like, I am at the point in my game where I am doing a fair amount of damage. I'm just trying to get it done.
Yeah, hit the angel. That bitch needs to die.
Ah.
Oh.
She did that, which is whatever.
She died. She just came back
Yeah.
to life.
Yeah, but now it's your turn, so...
Look at
Persia
all
of that-
these
Persia of that
meditates.
extra life.
Drowning in meditates.
Come on. That's not the card I need, game.
Well, don't worry. You got 12 more meditates to figure it out.
That one will work, I suppose.
If I have to.
If I must.
There we go.
Barely acceptable. If all of us just slam end turn, it's faster.
Yeah, it's true. Because they are dead now.
Actually, because of all the card draw, I think it... well, I'll take out one.
Did some healing, so...
Yeah. I was just like, if I can just take them out quickly, then it would be faster than drawing a whole new hand, but... library, I guess.
If nothing else, we can snag some tomes of intellect.
Do you want, stuff?
Not really. I'm good.
Alright.
Really?
I didn't want the tome, but it's fine. Just pick
I
one.
mean, it literally doesn't take up space in your deck and just gives someone an energy. You can even just use it on yourself.
But I'm against rating. Oh my god!
Come on!
Yay! Oh wait, no, it was
Of course
close to
you
2!
win, to
Look,
the detriment of all of us.
look, it was faster. That's one less card we have to draw. Look, sometimes for speed you have to make the hard decisions.
You know what else makes it go faster? If we kill them more effectively. It did give courage charges, but that's literally useless because it's just +2 courage charges, not like a bait. Like we don't start with courage, And the only one who grants courage is me, and I already give, I think, like 3 courage on use.
But now it's more. You're welcome.
It doesn't matter.
Look, that's going to be the one thing that saves the day. And you're going to be thanking me later.
No, I won't.
You're like, even if you're right, I'll never thank you.
Especially because I know you're not right.
Well, you don't even have to fish for it.
But I do.
You need to waste time drawing cards.
Well,
It's not wasting time.
Unless the game
Yeah, I was like, the game
gets
kind of
stuck. Oh god.
Oh, hold
Oh
on.
god. What just happened?
I'm trying to play cards.
Oh god.
Oh, hold on, it's sinking.
So now you have to take that whole turn all over again. Go.
On my end, I made it through half of that. But yeah, drawing is not useless because I need those other cards. Is it going to do that thing where it's just...
Yeah, it gets stuck here because you technically don't have another card in your discard because the expected prophecy hasn't made it there yet.
Okay, so it's going to resync one more time. I'm just going to not do the second one then. Because game be dumb. On my end it works, but then I try to play a card and your guys like doesn't sync with mine.
Yeah, on our end we just see it get flat out stuck at the end of the expected prophecy. And of course it's the clairvoyances that you don't get, which sucks.
Oh, we're so fast. Somebody meditates.
These aren't the cards I want.
These are not the cards you were looking for. Move along.
Where's all my freaking AoE? Where to be found? If I define fire.
Crazies. Okay, never
Oh,
mind.
not bad. I try to go fast. I make mistakes.
Oh, so many nightmares. Oh. That guy doesn't heal. He'll die at the end of his turn.
In fact, you can zap him and then... Oh, he's still
And then
not
he'll...
quite dead. I mean, he's doing a shielding thing, so depending on...
Oh, well, there he goes.
Oh, Thorns killed him.
Ta-da.
Excellent.
Hey, look, clairvoyances.
Beware, that one dude is now counterattacking.
I ain't scared. There he goes.
Dead to Thorns.
Throw your shield at him. You can't do both. No, never mind.
Well, whatever. Look, man, I'm trying to go fast.
Well, go fast and count gooder.
I don't think I would have been able to kill him if I...
Holy fire. Done.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I saw 3 epics. I was like, one of those has got to be a meditate, right?
Of course
Oh,
not!
reverberation.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
yes.
Omniscient.
Yeah, pick your levels and then I'll click it.
Click it or take it.
Everyone leveled?
Yeah, go.
Okay.
It's like we still had another checkpoint. If they hadn't leveled, they just don't click combat. Like so. I feel like after this fight, someone's going to have to marionette Zenthis. Oh, Viper, you're about to get so wiggled.
Yep.
Bop,
Brr.
bap, bop, boop. Bonk. Bip.
Oh, Herald of Dusk dispels his burn, as I guess it's a good thing he went before us.
You know what? This is good enough. Let's see. He doesn't do anything through the block, so we'll just get him all sauced up here, and then I'll start hitting his friend. There you go. Have some of those.
Betty's like, I can hurt him too.
King Brad is just dear lord. No, Nezglect is not OP. Nezglect is actually, he needs buffs. We've established this through previous runs.
Vulnerable.
Only because one time Grookly was able to outdamage him because...
No, it was the last 2 runs. 2 runs.
Without a cap on Fury and getting Bloodguard, Grookly is just the most insane damage dealer in the game.
Yeah, which means that Nezglect needs buffs to get onto that level.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do not reinforce your nothing.
You actually don't want to use the
Yeah.
bolas because then that dawn
Yeah.
punishment won't go away.
Yeah. So,
So I think
second
the
one
second
is...
one reinforce steel.
Yeah, all
and then
that's good. Now look, you're fine and healthy all of a sudden.
I was worried.
Nezglect doesn't get 2,000 plus Fury and deals 70k plus damage. He needs those buffs. I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Just because he's Nezglect.
everyone else needs to be able to deal 70k plus damage.
Exactly.
Reggie is underpowered as shit.
Grookly doesn't care.
In fact, we all know that Nezglect is totally underpowered, and I'm not even doing as much damage or as much healing as him, so I'm really underpowered.
So he's already dead. So we're gonna take some counterattack damage, but I think I'd rather just kill this
Yeah,
guy.
you need to just go in on him. It's gonna suck a little bit, but it's worth it.
I feel fine.
Actually, I should have been doing these too, but I don't think it matters. I think it's just unnecessary damage taken.
Yeah. There we go.
Done.
Now he's dead. Excellent.
And then if you just hit enter and he's dead.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do the same. Unless I draw
Yeah.
Holy Fire, because that might one-shot him anyway, but otherwise, they'll just... Yeah.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
There we go.
Pad the numbers.
Demonic Tutor, you say?
That's pretty nice.
Not that I need it, honestly, but I could get unlucky with my draw still. It's just it hasn't happened yet. Alright, hey, look, another all-seeing
the
amulet.
mirror.
The mirror.
Oh, the mirror. Oh, Lord.
And another Cloud Song. Oh, well, which one
Yeah.
do you think Wilbur should have, Zinthus? I know you're leaving, but...
Unless he already left.
No, I'm here. Up to you guys. I mean,
Well,
I
should
mean,
I take...
Go ahead.
Should I take Wilbur since I have the most experience playing him?
Yes.
Okay, so I would probably want, I guess Cloud Song on him because that'll be...
done.
Yeah.
So what do I do? Just
Uh,
close the game out, or
Yeah, wait for us to get through this screen, and then we'll exit out, and then we'll re-enter without you.
oh, okay.
I don't think I can take anything here, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So,
and then the mirror on Heiner is still pretty strong.
Oh yeah.
That was the other half of it, is I know
yeah.
with Heiner, Cloud Song is kind of nice, but the mirror...
Okay, so now I'm gonna go exit. Current progress will
Yep.
be saved. Boom.
And then you can
Alright.
just remake it as a 3-player room.
So now you should be good.
Okay. Well, you all have fun and good luck on the rest of the run.
Yeah. I was gonna say you too. That doesn't make sense.
No, it does not.
You two.
That's just like when someone
Kurt
hands
doesn't
you your
make any
movie
sense.
ticket and they're like, enjoy the movie.
You
too.
too.
Yes, at a restaurant, enjoy your meal. You too.
Hope you enjoy my meal too. Wait.
I shall see y'all later.
Take it easy.
See ya.
Scott, why you do this?
Look, I wanted to be blue. If I can't be purple, I need to be blue.
God damn it, man, that's my color.
I don't know. This is my color now.
Look, blue is my color, but I never get to have it because I'm the one starting all these. I don't get to choose. Okay.
We're sort of almost at the end, but there's still a whole like floor to get through,
And
he
you had a
had
hard
to
limit.
leave like literally right now.
North for HP?
Yeah, that makes the most
Yeah.
sense. Just because we don't have any of the gems.
Oh boy.
He's so fast.
They are. Morty.
They are
They are-
Morty? I would never have guessed.
They are all getting a turn.
I mean, it's a turn-based game. It wouldn't be fair if they didn't get a turn.
Fair fights is for suckers.
Fair suckers is for fights.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, I'm feeling awfully desecrated. I'm feeling awfully consecrated.
They're just trying to balance it out. Also, the fact that there are 2 psychics in this fight is about to make things very complicated for us. At least it's not the elite psychic, which I found out yesterday is very unpleasant.
Hold on.
Oh, they didn't do silent
Yeah.
backlash yet. Get them!
Get him!
Do it now!
Wait, do anything for?
There it is. Demonic Tutor. I don't need you. I shouldn't have picked you up, honestly, but I did.
Well, sometimes it's good.
Yeah.
It's just that you had the perfect draw this time, but that won't always happen.
That's true. Scott, who should I immediately erase from existence?
The psychics need to go, but also the knight. Like, if you can take out one or two of the psychics, the knight is also going to be a problem for me specifically because he is the highest.
The front guy?
No,
Or
no, that's the Dark Knight, the regular Knight. Just because he has high holy resistance, and he's done.
Consider your problem solved.
And then I can easily finish off Guts over there, so...
God's more like butts, am I right?
Just do Heiner things, and keep in mind you have the mirror, which the heat laser is actually pretty good.
Do it again!
Ta-da! All according to plan.
And one of the fun things you can do with the mirror is you can plan for future turns in a long fight, like in the boss fight, where you can play the mirror and then not play the copy, and it'll stay in your deck and still cost nothing. And then on a future turn, you can play the copy, which will then get copied if it's your first card.
We did that shenanigans,
So
getting him to like 3,000 Fury Grookly.
Yeah.
3,000. We had him up to over 20,000.
Yeah, it was a stupid number.
A big number.
Well, you got the whole Holy Fire. Holy Fire! Once you cast it, he is just dead.
Dead.
Now, if everyone hits end turn, they will just subsequently die.
Yeah, I'll just get rid of some of that nonsense, and then we're good.
I mean, Synthesis isn't with us now. We don't have to be speedrunning this.
Yeah,
but
we don't technically have to speed run anymore.
But at the same time, you just hit end turn.
The stream is running late.
Just go. One down, two down, three down.
3 doors down.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Meditate!
And I got a demonic tutor.
Well, look, I can't get something nice if you don't also get something nice. That's just how it works. The Guts more like, oh, now I'm sad. Oh.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. What's the point of the bleed and poison anymore? Well, the bleed and the burn were what killed everybody there.
That's me now. Whoops.
I was about to say, what are you doing?
I'm not used to it. The whole run, Wilbur's selection has been not up to me. Card removal?
Does anyone need it?
Just in case anyone needs it.
I
could use it a little bit.
I don't need it.
And it's like, there's nothing else to do here, because we don't need to heal.
King Bradley, that wasn't just the fire. That was fire and burn. Both of them were what was killing them.
Holy fire!
Yeah, because I actually don't want...
Yeah, I think I don't change my deck at all.
It's weird. I seem to always end on friggin' like blackjack. Or the memes. 21? You stupid.
See, I refer to, there's an old Maximilian stream where they were playing, I want to say like the Dead or Alive beach game where there was like a casino and they bet it all on 21.
Dead or Alive Extreme.
And they bet it all on 21 and they won. And it's just and Kenny going, 21! 21! Suck my dick! 21! And
Oh my god.
and now
Shane, I agree.
And now if you donate $21, that's the alert.
My god.
Oh,
Critical success!
we did it.
Alright.
Butts was a
Sit
decent
down.
main character in Final Fantasy V, yeah?
Yes.
Scott.
Why has he not upgraded these cards?
Scott. Citadel, blue or yellow?
I don't remember what they... blue.
You upgrading all the things over there?
Yeah, there were still things in Zinthus's deck that he's had since like Act 2 that he never upgraded, and they're cheap upgrades. So I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Maybe he just forgot about them.
Who knows? Who knows with Xanthus? He is just the chaos element.
All right.
The Lindsay Jones. Nah.
No.
Don't need it.
Let's just move on. Moving along swiftly.
With
Move
the
along.
swiftness.
Nothing to see here.
Hey, look,
Move along,
Noxus
go.
Eruption in the opening hand. I've been keeping count. That's like 8 in a row.
There's enough the droids that you're looking for. Move along.
I mean, for free, I might as well play it.
Take that, you scallywag. The unhui is strong today. Oh, that's a word I don't get to use too often.
I will not sanction your buffoonery.
Alright. Tommy Lee Jones, calm down. Oh, he's made me weak!
Yeah,
You're
that
so
is
weak.
rather unfortunate.
Thankfully, that doesn't affect me as much as you'd think.
Yeah, because most of your damage comes from the plethora of debuffs.
Doesn't matter.
I will
Oh,
also point out that
That was actually dumb, but it's fine.
no, it's fine because you have meditate, and demonic tutor is a skill, so that does trigger your ability. And now you can put. Oh, look at that! Free chilling gaze, and you can play everything.
Everything.
Like the fact that your demonic tutor doesn't actually cost energy is pretty sweet.
I guess we'll throw a little bit over there. And then
Here, a little bit over there.
see if I throw some over here.
A little bit of that.
Those two will definitely die. So if I do that, and then I do that,
Again,
there you go.
They're
Now
all technically dead.
they're all dead. I was weak.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just everybody slam and turn.
I might drop any tactical nukes that are in my hand, but I'm
Oh,
not
hey,
gonna...
look, holy fire.
Just to murder you.
Had the numbers.
Drop that on you and call it a day. I'm not gonna play the rest of my cards.
Think about changing your Twitch name to your new screen name, Mr. Bearman. That could be cool. I could dig it.
Spider-Man, man. Can you dig it, sucker?
Oh, that's a
Actually, I
corrupt
probably should have
sanctuary.
taken Last Stand, but oh well.
Last Stand is a very good Heine card.
I guess just rest and then fight
Yeah.
the boss.
You feel
You'll
refreshed.
feel refreshed.
Alright.
You'll feel refreshed.
Bep.
Bap!
Yes!
Every time, Bep. Bep every time.
Yes, Bep every time. Bep for
Bepry
life.
time.
Bep every time.
Ah. Okay. He is gonna get to summon his. Wait, no, he doesn't summon his clones until turn 2, right?
Probably, maybe. Possibly.
Actually, no.
I
he does.
think I could be wrong, but I think they had said they were also going to change it so that he doesn't do Twilight Slaughter until turn 3. But I could be wrong about that.
They did say that, and then they also did that.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm petless. But then again, they also changed it to where you're not sad about losing your pet. So,
Yeah.
Eh.
Look at all this energy.
Oh, he did it right away.
That's fine. I want him to get his clones out now.
Yeah, because now we can AoE them down. See, with a team like this, the clones aren't as much of a concern because we can just do a ton of AoE damage.
He's already got the combo. Look at that shit.
Well,
And then meditate again.
all right.
All right. Demonic tutor.
Honestly, you could just put the prophecy back and tutor your other mind visions.
What's in my deck right now?
It's just your other boons
Ah,
and the mind visions. So it's like, there you go.
Ta-da.
All your spells and all the energy to play them.
do I focus on doing ads or do I just let the ads feel my like side wrath?
I think you should focus on Lord Handcheck. Just because he has so much health and we are doing so much peripheral / AoE damage. Especially if I get my,
That bolas is so good.
Yeah.
Hit the front guy so it guarantees hits 2 of the clones.
because that gives us more time to make
Oh,
sure
and then you hit the back guy with the other.
that's
Oh,
excellent.
it's so good.
Ta-da.
Viper's like calculated.
That's what I was going for, and I totally didn't forget that I actually had the mirror, and that was going to happen anyways.
The mirror is
God.
one of those items where it's so easy to forget about it, even though it's so powerful.
Oh, that was so sick. What's
Yeah.
the lore in this game? This guy was like friends with like the kingdom and a princess or something, and then he stole
Yeah, he
the
was
gem,
like
became evil.
He was the court wizard, and on the princess's 16th birthday or whatever, and she has a high aptitude for magic and was well liked by the people, but then there was an explosion in her room on her birthday, and she disappeared along with Lord Handcheck, and no one knew what happened, and so we followed them all the way here through all of the obelisks, and we found them, and it turned out he had kidnapped her to steal the amulet that she had that had a powerful archon sealed inside it so that he could try to steal its power.
That old chestnut.
You know.
You know.
We have laid down the smack.
The smacketh was laid down. You know, they made it
And
so
lo, he layeth the smack.
they made it so that it's turn 3 for the pet kill. He's still going to die before he takes a second turn.
Uh-huh.
Just saying.
I prefer Namekian.
I'm just playing cards because I can. Everyone's already full on energy. Like, this is...
Hey, that Noxus Eruption could be
That
fancy
Noxus
for
Eruption
once.
could end up putting
it's okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, wait. My energy isn't full. Hold on.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, there we go. You had to fix that. I guess.
Don't worry, you're missing a couple of hit points. I'm on that.
No, you don't even know.
Just draw my
There's your
entire
entire deck.
So
Clairvoyances will finish the clones, and then you get to give it to Handcheck,
Oh my.
which
Oh
sounds...
my.
Hmm.
I don't like it anymore.
You made it bad.
He's going to just barely survive the fire and bleed with 5 hit points.
I was gonna say, do you have the mirror shield? You could have did like a.
Oh, double Citadel would have been amazing.
I can't double sit it. Oh wait, no, I could have. Nah,
With the
whatever.
mirror, you could have.
Whatever.
You can still entrench, push forward, bouncing shield for maximum chutzpah.
Hot spot.
Spa.
Well,
There.
went back, hit him again.
Ta-da!
Can I holy fire is the question.
Get him! Yes, you can. You absolutely can. I believe.
I don't even remember if I. Oh, I had already played. Oh, there's 2 cards left,
Yeah.
and I have 2 meditates. Wait, or I just demonic tutor. Wait,
All right.
where's my holy fire? What happened?
Is it a one and done card?
It shouldn't be. Unless did I take the wrong upgrade? Oh, I
Yeah.
think I forgot to transform it.
Way to go. Yeah, it's a one and done card.
Well, that sucks.
All right. Let's get this guy.
This guy. This guy. Let's get him.
Can't he just have 12,000 hit points? Why's it gotta be 11,999?
Just to
seriously.
annoy you and trigger your fake OCD.
Also, James is now playing across the obelisk.
Yeah, I thought that was amusing. Transmission use.
You should have got him in here so he could have taken over Wilbur.
I mean, he could have jumped in at any point. I never know exactly when he gets out of work.
Doomsday.
Also, Doomsday has purge stealth on it now. I
Yeah.
like to believe that's because of us.
Yeah, I want to say that we were involved, if only a little bit.
That clone has a very pitiful amount of HP, actually.
No, that all the clones had about that amount of HP.
Yeah,
I
that's
could've
pretty
sworn I
normal.
remember it had like more than that, but whatever.
I think they might have nerfed
Also-
it a little bit.
Also, just because I don't trust myself, make sure to remind me not to. Not if I end up getting the martyrdom,
Yeah, this is a tough
Don't-
choice.
don't copy the martyrdom.
I think I
Please
got.
tell me
I think
that.
I got a YOLO.
Yeah, you could go for the prophecy, and you've got a good chance. Ooh,
That's
Okay.
acceptable.
no, that's perfect because the other card was the other expected prophecy.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a clairvoyance in there. Oh wait, no, that's the one I just put there. So yeah, no,
Yeah,
it was
that's-
perfect and calculated.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. I can do 1 clairvoyance and then still mind vision to oblivion and beyond. That'll do.
Pig.
Don't do
No,
the
yeah,
martyrdom.
Double
Yeah.
Citadel.
Yeah, double citadel would be pretty hotness.
And then you don't even have to play the copy right away if you don't want to. You could.
Just hold on to it.
Or you could hold on to it for later and just keep getting more Citadels to play every few turns.
That wouldn't be bad.
Ah,
Uh,
how's it going, Tribulus? I'm glad you're having fun on your DC vacation. What happened with the Stealth Doomsday? The very first time that we played this boss, when the Act 4 just came out, we, just by pure happenstance, was doing a full stealth build, where everybody had stealth. So we started the fight, one of us was quicker than the boss, we stealthed everybody up. And then he tried to do the Doomsday mechanic, but couldn't hit anybody because we were all stealthed. So we just didn't get Doomsdayed.
Yeah, because the Doomsday spell itself is an
Wait,
AoE.
no. We
But
did get Doomsdayed. We didn't get any martyrdoms.
Yeah, because he has the spell that actually, where is it? Crucifixion. The card that actually
Yeah.
gives you martyrdom to be able to extend the doom is a single target spell. So since my Thools had smoke bombed, everyone was stealth and he couldn't play the single target card. So we didn't get the martyrdoms.
Oh man, you dispelled me, and I'm still crazy.
Ooh. Some of these are more efficient, like the Celestial Brilliance or Divine Ire, but Holy Crusader, that's what makes it pop.
Crusader.
Crusader.
Like I would
I
have.
could still draw it too.
I was gonna say I would have made an expensive one cheap and then just believed in the meditates.
Bobby.
Yeah, the Meditates did not give me the cards I wanted.
Well, that's what happens with belief sometimes. Sometimes you're just disappointed.
And there's a part of me that doesn't want to play the Holy Fire
Yeah.
because it's the Vanish one.
I would hold
I
it
wanna wait
for
until
at
he
least
has
a
one
turn. I'd say at least one turn. Hold on to it.
Yeah.
Yay! I'm less crazy.
Oh, that purged Energize from everybody? That's rude. Energize and Inspire, just completely purged.
It's not very nice.
Yeah. Luckily, I have more of it, but that's not nice. You can't do that.
Forcing culture on your children. Oh, I want to go to an art gallery. It's been forever. I've been thinking lately that I want to go to like a museum. I think I might at some point this summer go to Mystic Aquarium because it's been years since I've been there. I just want to go out and do cool things. It's been so long. Oh, the total eclipse of the heart.
Oh, and he dispelled all the Sanctify. That's rude. That's my thing.
But he left my sight.
He did.
Oh, 2 mind visions are in there. Hold on a second. Expected prophecy. You go back. Scott or fake Scott? Who wants to martyrdom first?
Give it to
Scott's-
Reginald because he'll go at the end of this round.
Okay. Yeah, and then we just play everything every turn. As I slowly encroach upon the darkness.
The darkness.
Oh, hey, there's a James in chat. You know, we've got
Yeah.
a pretty great aquarium over there. Oh, over here. Yeah. And that, oh god, I just saw a YouTube video about like the coolest mini golf place like I've ever seen, where like all of the golf balls are like computerized, so like the course knows your strokes and like gives you like various points, and like there's like different like bonus things you can do. And a museum full of Coke. Yes, I would definitely have to go there. I'd be obligated.
Hmm. Oh, I can get rid of their speed.
Well, the front
I'll
dude's
also
gonna
do
die on
this to get
his
the
turn,
holy
so he's
cost
not gonna-
reduction first. Reduction on that. Get the reduction on that. That for 1.
And Holy Fire is getting to be pretty chunky.
I
Yep.
am pretty sure he's not getting another turn.
That to double it. To fire. Holy fire. That. That Anthem of Hope. Martyrdom.
Yeah. Whatever you do, just don't martyr to me.
Yeah.
And actually, martyring Wilbur, I didn't math that out, and I was like, I need him to go before me too to give me energy.
It was fine.
So it would have been safer to give it to Heiner, but it all worked out.
They have like a chance of doing significant damage against him.
You're here in the U.S. from Canada. The negative thing to say is the food here has been giving you horrible things to your bowels. I don't necessarily think that's America. That might just be D.C. I've heard things.
3, 3, 3. Are you drawing enough cards? You're drawing enough cards. There you go. And then
Yeah, hit the hiney with it.
You're immune to slow, by the way,
Hit
Lee. I
the
don't know why
hiney.
you would be concerned about that.
Oh yeah, I am immune to slow.
oh yeah.
How about that?
That's the reason why I hit. That's what. Well, I mean, aside from the fact that you were at 3 and everyone else was at 4, I was like, you're immune to slow, so this won't really affect you.
But it could have.
I mean, I think this fight's pretty much over. Maybe not quite yet, but it's very close.
Well, he's gonna get another turn now.
Oh, they nerfed the hell out of abstraction. That doesn't even give evasion anymore.
He's trying to heal out. He's trying so hard.
And he got so far, but in the end,
It
doesn't
didn't
even
matter.
He got rid of half of those fire stacks. I'm sorry, Scott. I was trying to give you a real big number.
I mean, I already played the Holy Fire, so.
Oh, Furious. How's it going? 17 months. It doesn't even betrays.
What?
What?
Look, I can only read you what he wrote.
Yeah, I know. I saw it too, and I'm just like, huh?
And also, how's it going, the Humble Dragon?
Bouncer shield on his face.
Yeah.
Glad to see you.
I'm not gonna be sad about it.
All right, Scott.
Finish him.
This is your moment. You didn't get it.
Well, I mean, this is all my cards. Like I said, I already played the
Oh.
Holy Fire last turn.
Oh, well then, never mind. Forget I said anything.
Forget what? Where are we? Who are you?
What year is it? What day is it?
Decidedly, even with the buff to... I guess I thought it would be. Because it's hard to stack Sanctify high enough for that to be... like...
What?
a giant... What the heck?
The game just exploded.
What the heck?
You took too
Are
long.
you serious?
No, we gotta finish this. Come on, we were right there.
Like, what the hell?
Well,
I just try to play my last card, it lags out, and I'm like, okay, why is it taking forever to play this card? And then, it's like, what?
I can't believe you do this to us, Scott.
I didn't do it!
Also, now James can join it. Yeah, well, you hand him the reins. Oh, we gotta frickin' break it
yeah,
dark.
it's yeah.
Frickin' break
You
it dark.
You leave that duck alone, as James would say.
Hashtag blame Scott.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like, doesn't bother me.
Ugh. We've now entered into Scott Gate.
As opposed to Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
I was thinking Stargate, but that works too.
It's not the Stargate, it's the Fargate. We don't want to get sued.
Look, I rather have a quad laser because it will amaze you.
Hashtag everything is Scott's fault.
Scott is the spy.
He is sus.
Funnily enough, your real name is Scott too? Eh.
Morty.
It's
Oh.
a pretty good name.
So says Scott.
Yeah.
No.
You Scott, you're like a hive mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
you'll redraw with the meditate.
Just do that first, then do that. And then play the cards, play the cards. Play some cards, play more cards.
Yeah, Stargate SG-1 is pretty good. I actually just recently started watching it, and it's pretty interesting.
Okie dokie.
Citadel.
Which I will now hold on to. Wait a minute. Excuse me?
You could Citadel again and then reinforce. Well, Spike Shield first, just because, you know. And then Stockade. Now,
That's
now you're
the best.
clunking.
That's the best I got.
Your original name was supposed to be, and you are serious, Phoenix Deathstalker Havoc. That's a pretty baller name. Although, I can't imagine you'd have much fun in school with that. And thank you for the
I am
prime.
Invincible! Invincible!
You are now immune to being sniped. Congratulations.
Yes. There was a shotgun rampage earlier in the day, but your helmet protects from all that. Bezos approved.
Funnily enough, it even protects you from nukes.
It's a very sturdy helmet.
Very sturdy.
Scott just likes our company, so he did it for us to stay around longer.
I didn't want to be alone.
All alone. There's no one here beside me.
Well, yeah, it's because we're all on the internet. It's like we're not at your geographical location to be beside you. Just
How about that?
look, I don't feel bad about you giving it to me now that I remember that I'm not slow.
I really do hate that one. Just getting rid of all the inspire and energize. Luckily, he does it right before Wilbur's turn,
Which is
so I can, put it back.
Do the things.
That-
beautiful.
Nice. That was
Fine.
awesome.
Heiner's feeling a little jilted, but I agree that it was for the good of the party. Haley, how do I feel about fish or seafood? I like sushi, and I like tuna fish, but beyond that, I don't typically like cooked seafood. I don't like, just like fish and chips or fish sticks or things like that. It's not my bag.
Oh, James, why you gotta bring up Carmine and helmets?
Because it's funny.
Oh my god.
I still love that moment. I don't know how many people have played the Gears games, but it was pretty mainstream. But that moment in the second game when Benjamin Carmine was complaining about or telling Dom, "Oh yeah, if you wear a helmet, then it'll sift out all this dust in the air so you can breathe properly." And Dom was like, "Yeah, but then I couldn't see sniper bullets very well. Now could I?" Marcus, just cool it, Dom. It's like that was a pretty low blow.
But an accurate one.
I mean, rude though. So
Also, am I anywhere near water? Do you mean like in a general sense, as in like a tap, or as in like a geographical sense, as in like ocean or lake or river?
it's a pretty good holy fire. I'll do it.
The Umbral Dragon. My dad was a truck driver for over 30 years, and
James.
and he would ship like the last things that he did was he shipped fish up and down the East Coast. So I'm familiar with fishing. Geographically speaking, I would say that I'm relatively near water. I live in New England. We got the Long Island Sound, baby.
Where do you want it, Scott?
Wilbur.
Wilbur!
Wilbur! My name is Voight, dumbass.
Just wondering if I've actually had fresh fish. Oh yeah, I live in New England. Fresh fish is easy to come by. It's just not my taste.
Screw it.
All right.
I refuse to live in a world where not everybody has full energy at all times.
Exactly.
Like, my turns are very easy. I play every card that I have, other than the Expected Prophecies. And then that's it. It does its own thing. I'm all set.
All right.
Has anyone in this chat ever heard of jungle gyms? Yeah,
Yep.
they're on playgrounds.
Nah, it doesn't matter.
Right. I wasn't paying attention, Scott. Did you use it? Oh, you
Yes,
already
I
used
did.
it.
Let's do that. So that. Reduce the cost of some spells here.
Spells over here.
That.
Jungle Gyms International Market.
That.
Yeah, I only know of Jungle George. Yeah, he had a problem watching out for those trees.
George.
He's
George,
actually
jungle.
not dead.
Strong as he can be.
Watch out for that tree.
Watch out for that.
Now he's dead.
If you just end turn, he's dead.
Eh.
Look, Scott, the last time you played around and played extra cards, we did it again.
And we finally got the broken item unlocked too.
I already had from a previous run, but I
I
appreciate it.
also already had it.
So you unlocked it. Hey Scott, I outhealed you.
Yeah. Reginald clearly underpowered, needs buffs, please.
Actually, everyone stop looking at that because Nezglek still needs buffs. I'm just gonna edit this and post. I actually won't because I'm way too lazy for that. But yeah, Nezglek did the worst. Outdamaged by Heiner.
I don't believe that for a second.
Please buff. And on that note, running a little over an hour of overtime, we're gonna end the stream. But I'll be streaming again tomorrow night. I'm probably gonna be playing Peglin. Good old heads up on that because that game's really fun. If you want to see me play another run of Peglin, I just put it on the video that came on the channel an hour ago. Go check it out over there. And then I'm off to go get some stuff done before D&D tonight. So glad you came to the stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.